not far from the Caller's Perch, a tiny little tavern hanging over the edge of a cliffside on wooden stilts. This is a shepherd's hamlet high in the Cavrosi Mountains. You have stopped to gather supplies. Yourself and Tayor have fanned out, along with Thimble, looking for a place to gather what, rations and goods you need to make the rest of your journey back to Dol Makyar. And traveling through town looking for some general goods store. Wick, it is about a day or two after the first candle feast of your life that you have not celebrated. And you see there is a small shrine of the Candescent Creed here. There is a little sort of wooden chapel built into the side of the mountain on the other side of a little pathway. And you see wearing humble-looking, they look more like cream, it's sort of like wool robes. There is a young man with a sort of humble, knobbly broom sweeping snow off the threshold of this little Candescent shrine.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm going to walk over there. First, we're all wearing cloaks, I think, at this point. I'll bring the hood up over my hair, and so my face is sort of in shadows, and I will walk over and walk up to the gentleman. Hello, may the beam reach you.
And may the beam reach you, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the Lux of this shrine. I'm the Lux Orsley Cuffland.
Orsley? Lux Cuffland, it's lovely to meet you. My name is Nick, and Candle Feast has just passed, and for the first time, I didn't get to celebrate it with my family.
I'm so sorry.
Or any of my loved ones, really, and, I was hoping I could just take a moment and maybe light a candle here.
Of course, traveler, of course. Does your cloak fully disguise your clerical garments?
I would like it to.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make a perception check for a friend here. You see, looking at him, this kid is actually probably like 2 or 3 years younger than you. Mm-hmm. He is... it looks like he may have just received his holy orders. And this is this tiny little roadside chapel, which you look in and see that the pews are 8 chairs. So there's the central aisle, 2 chairs next to each other, 2 chairs next to each other, a small altar.
That's it.
And that's about as many things as can fit in this shrine. The shrine, truly, you could put a toe on one wall and touch the other wall with a hand. It's a quite humble little shrine. You see, he comes in and says, please do come in and light a candle. You see he goes over and lights a small little oil lamp on the altar and goes into a small drawer and takes a pearlescent white fresh candle out of a drawer and stands behind the altar and waits for you to approach.
This chapel is lovely, by the way. In all my travels, I don't have my own candle with me. May I borrow yours?
He smiles, reaches into the drawer, takes out a second candle, and presents it to you.
Thank you. This is your chapel. I should probably let you lead the ritual, but if you'd like, I could kick it off for us.
What would your family have done if you had been home with them to celebrate?
Well, we would have revealed the first flame and the weighing of the wicks, and it was all very formal, really, in my house. We would always wear our best clothes, and
Is your whole family devout?
They are.
He smiles and says, "That is a true blessing."
It is. You know, maybe we could just, skip to the part where the naming of the shadows. There's something I'd like to confess, and...
You see, he smiles and says, "Of course. I present my candle. Bent wicks are straightened, spent wicks are trimmed. Not all vessels are ready to bear the light." He gestures to the lit oil lamp for you to light your candle.
I touch my candle to the light, and it comes to life, and I just take a moment to see the shadows dancing across the humble walls. Mm-hmm. And may I share my flame with yours?
All flames are one. Let us then share the light. And lights the candle. Here in this holy space, let all shadows be abjured and all come into the light. If you have been carrying darkness, my brother, you need only voice it here, and the light shall dispel it and make your soul light.
Eloquently said. I think I'm at a bit of a crossroads. What would you do if... No. What would our teachings say if... What if someone you loved was wrong, very wrong, and the only way to make them right again was to punish them? To undo the things they've done and potentially hurt them. Can I hurt another person? Someone I loved and who loved me, if it means doing the right thing?
Well, what the seven shining tenets tell us is that the sixth tenet, to live aglow or be unmade, that to err is to dim, and to glow with rightness is to spark. The sparked soul shall be rekindled, the dim burned. What I take that to mean is that punishment shall be meted out by the light itself. It is not yours to punish, but the lights, but also we are told that light casts its own shadow, and that he who holds the torch must mind the darkness it throws.
Maybe forget all that. What do you just think as a person? Is it all right to do bad things for good reasons?
Is it all right to do bad things for good reasons? No. But it is not all right to do bad things for good reasons. But if the reasons that you are doing it is because the action will be good, then is it truly a bad action? To be honest, sir, I'm a very new Lux, and I don't know.
I'm so sorry. I'm overloading you with stuff.
Well, have you come then to confess, or have you come then to seek guidance? Because they are not one and the same.
I suppose I've come to confess. I have turned my back on my family. I have done bad things in the name of good. I have hurt people. And I fear I will continue to, out of necessity. But Mostly I feel I've lied a great, great deal to a great many people, including to my faith.
Well, you're telling the truth now, Nick. Let me then say, even though it is not the true date of Candle Feast, perhaps the light in its brilliance can accommodate one who wishes to reach out. I know my family doesn't follow the light, and in some ways it feels like I've turned my back on them, but they've turned their back on me.
Do you still talk to them?
No, they are dimmed.
And you just have abandoned them entirely? Or they've abandoned you? How do you exist in a world all by yourself without them?
Let us then recite the hymn of refraction. You see, he stutters and reaches out a hand and goes, "We are the colors of the flame, borrowed, brief and bright. No hue may claim the fire itself, no voice may own the light. Shall it pass through trembling hands, unbroken though we bend, a single gleam, 1,000 beams with neither start nor end." As he breathes, Wick, you notice that your breath is misting in the cold mountain air, and his is not.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Your cough, is that an affliction that a healer could help with, possibly?
No, I had the bellows fever a while ago. But the light made me whole, and I trained to become a Lux.
Oh. Can I just... Do I know what I'm seeing here? Have I seen this condition before, or have I...
Give me medicine, if that makes the most sense for you.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm terrible at it, but sure. Yeah, I mean, that's a 7.
You don't know why his breath is not misting. If you wanted to try another skill to interpret what you're seeing here, you can. But on a medical, you have no idea why.
Is there? I mean, he mentioned the bellows
fever.
Bellows fever. Do I know what that? We've heard that before, right?
Yeah, people had it in Timony. It was like made their lungs very hot, and it was sort of a choking.
Can I just sort of not look at him medically, but just sort of see if I can get a sense for his, not his soul, his spirit, but just sort of like his holiness. Has he been corrupted by anything or possessed by anything, or...
Are you casting magic about this in this moment?
Boy, I haven't done this in so long. What do I have? I would like to, yes, but I don't know what I have. I mean, there's cure wounds, there's protection from good and evil. I don't think that's a good thing.
Give me, I'll say this.
Lesser restoration.
Do you have detect magic or no?
Do I? I feel like I did. I don't remember how to play this.
I don't remember how to play this game.
I don't know how to play this game.
Go ahead and give me...
Sorcery? No.
I will allow you to use a protection from good and evil here to roll an Arcana check with advantage.
Great.
Essentially, as you're reaching out to try to like abjure dangerous spirits with a protection spell,
yes,
you can see some like glyphs maybe here.
Okay.
So go ahead and give me Arcana with advantage.
Also a 7. And Arcana 13.
13. As you go to cast that spell and look at him, you see something gleams behind the altar set on a small side table. And you see that there is a scroll there that as you cast protection from good and evil, it seems to react to that spell ever so briefly. Though on a 13, you can't tell exactly why.
Oh, jeez. I'd like to know what that is.
You look at it and you recognize what it is.
Oh.
These are the holy orders of the young Lux.
Oh.
These are those papers ordaining him as a cleric of the Candescent Creed.
And the glyph that they sort of shined with or whatever, that was,
It reacted to your spell in some strange way, though on a 13 you're not sure why. The Lux looks at you. Thank you, Nick. I wish you well on your travels. I should return to my work.
Yes. Yes, you were sweeping outside, right?
I was.
Let me walk you out.
And he steps out of the chapel.
As I walk him out, I will cast Mage Hand and try to grab the orders.
Give me a sleight of hand.
Oh boy. Oh boy. 17 plus stuff.
The orders go in your hand. Wick, you celebrated Candle Feast by lying about who you are and stealing a priest's holy orders. And we'll continue this story on another episode of Critical Role.
I'm a bad person!
Hello and welcome to the Critical Role Announcement Playhouse. We did it again. Before we jump into our monster tonight, we have some quick announcements to get through, beginning with our sponsor of the evening, World of Warcraft. Sam, why are you in a hockey uniform?
Because that's what America wants right now. Super hot, sexy hockey players like me, eh? And so I'm using that unquenchable craving to get attention to this sponsor.
Okay.
When I'm not on the ice with the boys taking slap shots and facing off, Adventure calls me home with World of Warcraft Midnight, a new game that transports you to the legendary kingdom of Quel'Thalas. But I don't know if I should play alone.
Oh, wow.
Are you scared to score, little man?
Not scared, excited. Midnight is full of new features, characters, and settings. Complete redesigns to iconic zones, legendary locations being shown for the first time. The return of fan-favorite characters, it's almost too much to handle.
You will handle it. Because I will be behind you, poke-checking and crashing the net while the ice melts around us.
What is happening right now?
Ignore the referee. Follow your heart. Skate your dreams.
I'm not a referee.
The game also introduces player housing where you can design and decorate a cozy corner of Azeroth to call your own, a place where you and I could be together.
Now that is what I call the power play.
Okay. I think we get it, but please continue.
Will you face Azeroth's darkest hour, rally together and defend your home in World of Warcraft Midnight?
Fuck yeah. The darker the night, the brighter the light of the heroes who stand against it. Midnight is available now at worldofwarcraft.com.
Matt, hat trick to you.
Wow.
I don't know what we're doing.
Keep going. I'm not going to stop
I think
you.
we're pawing each other.
It's fucking, you and
This
me
is
are
what hockey is.
fucking.
This is what hockey is now.
Hey, Taliesin, you want to mention something?
Oh, yeah. Hi. Sorry, I just got distracted. Coming next week on March 10th, The Legend of Vox Machina, The Whitestone Chronicles Volume 2. Cassandra is the second volume in a series of prequel novels, prequel graphic novels, excuse me.
Everybody's
There's
Graphic.
art. There's art.
Very graphic.
To The Legend of Vox Machina, and reveals how Cassandra DeRollo survived her time with the Briarwoods. Written by New York Times bestselling author Marika Nijkamp, illustrated by Travis Himmel, and colored by Eisner-nominated colorist, I am still
doing great.
thinking,
Doing
Diana
so
Souza,
great.
and lettered by Comicraft. I can't wait for y'all to see it. It's really great.
It's amazing.
Real good.
Yeah.
Laura, how you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah.
I'm great. I want to watch.
I know. I need to watch
Yes.
that show. We've got some brand new Campaign 4 merch. Available now in the Critical Role shops. Okay, first we have the campaign for United Faction pins in 3D. Wait, which one am I talking about? This one. Molded metal with antique gold finish featuring the United Faction symbol representing the soldiers, seekers, and the schemers all in one. We also have the campaign for Faction 3-pack, which is a set of 3 gold-plated hard enamel pins. You want to look at this one? They're each featuring the logo of the different factions, seekers, soldiers, schemers. Beautiful. Both of these faction logo designs are by Hannah Friedrichs.
Yeah.
And additional designs by our very own Jordan Torrance.
Yeah, Jordan.
And there's more. There's a hoodie.
Oh,
Welcome to Ahriman. Pullover hoodie, in fact. Wait. But look. This is critical well, though. Wait. Look at this back. Look at this design. Wow. Look, so cool. Yeah, it's super cool. It's dark. It's vintagey looking. There's other things I'm supposed to say.
There's
the
stuff on the sleeves.
illustration here, it has a bunch of different elements from each of the characters. So you have to find the hidden elements for each person.
Yep.
There's so many different things. It's so cool. And this art was designed by Matthew Crumpton, who we love.
I love this.
Yeah,
Classic.
and the sleeves are really cool. Check them out. They're in the shops now.
Fantastic. Thank you, Laura.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Aren't
hot
you
boys.
glad I came here today just to talk? Yeah.
On that note,
yeah.
that concludes our announcements. Let's go ahead and jump back into Ahriman.
Hello, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role. Our ultimate episode for this arc with our Seekers table. How very exciting. Last we left our Seekers, you had traveled far from Castle Torch, down the Tyria Via, into the desert of the Endless Night and the ruins of the fallen Obrademian Empire. A sorcerous realm of powerful human dynasties that had fallen some 70 years ago as the House of Obradai, with their 2 priestly houses of Tukonis and Halavar, stood to defend Tansul, god of the sun, whose ruin is now smote over the vast region of never-ending night and shifting sand. Arriving at Tanasar, a holy site dedicated to a posthumous promise predicted by Tansul, god of the sun and shaper of humankind, that should he be slain by his brother Azgra, which did not come to pass. Actually, they died on the same side of a war against mortal beings, that his priestly houses would have the ability to create a celestial, to wreak terror and ruin, presumably on those that would have struck him down, being Azgra and the forces of Kod and his realm. We see here in this space, when you arrive, ancient celestial writings here having to do with the creation of what notes that you discovered predicted as the Deva Vindicta, a creature that would have been able to strike from beyond, a one last blow struck by the god of the sun against his enemies. And it was here in the dark that you saw the fleshless bodies, the skeletal remains of Barrowguard, Taconis, and robed figures in the bearing of spellcasters almost, those not heavily armored and not heavily armed, and the other bodies seeming to have been affected by spell attack. Outside of Tanasar, a moment of magical wonder, essentially, as the Stone of Night Song lifted aloft from Thaisha's hand back to Vaelus as the bodies filled in their skeletal remains with nightingales flooded into Thaisha's body back into you, and you attuned to the Stone of Night Song, gaining, amongst several other powers, the ability to cast Speak with Dead. Entering into Tanasar in the original sort of excavation site, you found tents and missives and equipment. You found a sort of glowing crystal buried into the stone with which it seemed that the Taconis had helped to facilitate some great working of magic here. A slight necromantic pallor extending over the land, why the bodies had decomposed in the span of a day or two like they had been here for years. On lighting your lights, a giant scorpion. Saharkus, the pet of your cousin Tertia.
Your family's so bad.
Why? A little girl can't have a giant scorpion as a pet?
Look, if I could have a giant scorpion, I would have had one by now.
Pretty cool. Fair.
And the skeletal remains animated around you, defending Tanasar. Repelling the skeletons as quickly as possible and emerging victorious, you also watched as on a nat 20, Occtis shattered the crystal with a firebolt, undoing some spell of his sorceress house. Thaisha and Julien collecting the remains and preparing to honor them and inter them. You also found the remains of Pascard Velmonte, a figure who we have not met in the campaign, but who immediately prior to the beginning of our story, Thaisha and Occtis had gone to Venatus to retrieve the coffin of Olbalad from. In the tents, you discovered a tremendous amount of documentation. Occtis, you found internal maps of what had been excavated in Tanasar so far, lying in sort of three separate directions. There was sort of a interior barracks where the Taconis sort of were keeping privately to themselves. There is a chamber that they referred to as the apotheotic obelisk. And you also found here you also found that there was a chamber behind the Hall of Guardian Demons, referred to as the Apotheotic Vindicta, yes. The Apotheotic Vindicta, which appears to also lead to something called the Sepulchral Veil. At the end, you also found Vaelus, tons of correspondence in a more military tent dealing with, that made reference to Taconis forces stationed outside the Golden Orchard that could not be stationed there for long. A question from Primus Taconis if the sacrifice needed to occur within Tanasar if the obelisk still stood.
Apparently not.
Could probably maybe imagine what the response to that letter was.
Run it. I got 7 others.
Responsible. Fuck it, we do it live.
Yes.
I believe you also found a question about the Halovars having some innate resistance to the procedure. You discovered the terms osciment and chalcidian. You also discovered in that missive about the orchard, we can't chance the sea door closing. there's a reference to, I should just reread these texts in full. A new source of Chalcidian has revealed itself, but we need to move quickly. The cloak is moving faster than anticipated. If the obelisk holds fast in Tanasar, does the sacrifice itself need to happen in Tanasar? The risks may be necessary. We cannot long keep our forces hidden outside the orchard, and we can't chance the sea door closing. We also found notes about Thaisha being a similar failed experiment, that her own connection, what was said is, I believe that her own innate connection to the tenebral reaches may have thwarted the grafting of the calcidial prosthesis. I shall miss her dearly.
Left her scorpion all alone.
And the forces outside of the orchard.
Yes.
Yeah,
Long
it's fine.
hidden.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not spiraling.
Additionally, we ended our last session with the casting of Speak with Dead on the remains of Pascard Belmonte, who you asking essentially, looked at you unrecognizing, wondering if you were some spirit come to guide him to the other side. And when you asked him what happened here, he said, in a word, chaos. And it is to chaos that we return. Vaelus, you stand here in the antechamber of Tanasar. The other three of you basically are watching Vaelus. Potentially, how are you touching the remains right now as you cast this spell?
I think I know Thaisha was preparing the body.
Yeah.
Okay.
Skull.
Yeah, I feel like I'm trying my best to not disturb him in this moment. I feel a little bad about taking him away from wherever he was going. So I think I'm knelt down by the body. I don't think I'm touching him, unless I have to, but I think I'm just kneeling in front of him. Mm-hmm. Not really.
Just hover handsing.
Yeah, just real close. Yeah, the hover hug. I think I'm just kneeling in front of him, trying to speak with him that way.
Can I cast guidance on
Yeah.
her? Okay, sweet.
Absolutely.
I think if you're like kneeling close enough, I'll probably just like put my hand over hover hand.
Great.
Just cast guidance.
Love it.
You got this.
Okay.
Beautiful. Looking at this body, all of you watch Vaelus's eyes don't go gleaming white, but turn cloudy. Most of your vision's not here in this realm anymore. And you look and see past the bones lying here within the robe that have already started to sort of fall and collapse into themselves, a sort of long-faced, receding hair, sort of close, almost like it was shaved not long ago. Wisps of translucent white mist, a ghostly figure stands at the beginning of a path. Farther down the path, you can feel the presence of some deep humming thing that is meant to welcome souls to oblivion rather than their promised afterlife. Pascard turns to you and says, in a word, chaos. We arrived expecting to find Taconis forces, and instead we discovered the Barrel Guard, which was a surprise to us.
So, who are you fighting?
May I ask, madame, to whom do I now speak? It would grieve me greatly to betray my most important loyalties, this close to not being able to betray anyone ever again.
My name is Vaelus.
Are you of the living or the dead?
I'm of the living. Sort of.
You don't seem so sure.
I do know someone that you knew in your life. Thaisha? And I sort of move just so that he's able to see her.
I think you invite Thaisha just partially behind that veil, and both of you guys watch as Taisha's eyes get a little clouded as well. Turns. Thaisha. Oh no. Are you? No, you're alive. Did you make it to Thiazi?
Yes. Not in time, but... And you can see that she just wants to, absolutely run over this conversation with a bunch of questions. The box, I opened it, I touched it. The mask, did you know about what was inside? I'm sorry.
No, please.
No. You opened the box?
Yeah.
No. When I get contraband to move through Venatus, I don't open it. I frankly...
That's normally how Nope, not
I
now.
don't...
I'm serene.
I frankly wished the box... When I found out that the box was what I was moving, I sort of wished they had sent the box in a larger box.
Yeah, did you know it was a coffin?
But it's a coffin for a child.
No. So much worse. Don't know how bad, but...
She almost died.
I died a little.
A little.
Yeah.
Oh, a coffin for halfling.
Yes.
All right, that makes more sense. But the coffin, it is not... it is a contrived artifact.
Say more.
The plates, I do not believe... You see, he looks out and says, the plates are the original holy artifact from the Shaper Rowan. But the plates themselves are not the finished thing. I do not think the plates are what Thiazi was actually looking for, but it is closer. Thiazi is looking for these objects of importance, but they do not exist. Do you know one of the first things I learned about prophecy? An old mentor of mine once said, prophecy can never help the cause of the revolution, because prophecy is born of the shapers themselves. When you are trying to break the world to build the new one, there can be no clean instructions to follow.
That makes sense.
Everything that is of symmetry and alignment will, of course, work its way back to the order which established it. But it creates a challenge because whatever Thiazi was trying to accomplish, he was looking for a set that is not a set. And I think that the coffin was a contrivance to get closer to finding what they truly needed to find within the realm of the trickster. Why have you come to this? Why are you here in Thanesar?
I'm looking for Aligar. He was with the Barrow Guard.
Alogar? Who is Alogar to you?
He's my son.
Forgive me, I did not. We did not know each other. I'm sure you do not know the names of my siblings, or
Fair.
But Alogar, we.
Did you cross paths with him?
We did. When we came through the desert, he arrested us. But we allowed it because we thought there had been a confusion. I should explain. After you left Venatis, we returned the drowned men to...
You're part of the drowned men?
This is so.
Okay.
We... it had taken much of our effort to move the coffin through Venatus.
Why?
The Takonis were searching for it with all their might. To get it to your hands and out of the city was... and when you arrived with a young Takonis, for a moment, I thought... Confusing, but also, perhaps for the best. Shortly after you left... perhaps a day. A close ally of Fang came to Venatus and told us that a important plan had gone horribly wrong. She had been making her way to the tear in the world, where the storm rack and the eternal night touch in the Takonis homeland.
What was her name?
Mara. Anyone that wants to, you can give me a DC 10 history check.
As me not being exactly, I'm not there.
Yeah.
So
I see it.
You said Mara was who?
The name of a druid who had spoken to them.
19.
You've heard this name before. You heard it spoken by Hannon. He referred to a member of his order that he was searching for named Mara the Wing.
Oh.
Mara the Wing.
I was asking for the information that was the relevance of the history check. Got it.
Yeah.
I know where I am now. Hello, good morning.
Mara the what?
The Wing.
Okay, we're playing early. Yes. Wing reverence.
In a temple of wings.
In the place of wings.
So many wings.
So many wings.
All coming together.
Don't make her some bird.
Oh God, she's all birds, isn't she?
You guys see an ostrich walks in. We have no time. We must move at once if we are to save Ahriman.
Druids are silly.
Head right into the sand.
I'm gonna be an elf now.
A basilisk! Don't look into its eyes!
Wow, they really are the natural predators of basilisks.
Yeah, ostriches.
You'll never turn me to stone.
Stick it in the sand, stomp it to death.
You see, he looks and says, Mara had come to Venatus to explain that a plan had gone horribly wrong. She was supposed to venture into... she was a powerful druid and had some ability to... well, this is funny. I say she had a powerful ability to venture into the underworld, but perhaps this is not very remarkable, as we all do eventually, well, present company excluded. And she had the... perhaps it is more true to say she had the ability to return from the underworld. She had been, my understanding was, prevented somehow from crossing the boundary. And this was a grave disaster. And so she explained very little to us, which is quite, I am afraid, normal. Our plans are best served by us not knowing the fullness of what our partners and allies know, as in this line of work, it is quite common to fall into enemy hands, and even the most stalwart can have their speech compelled. She told us that she needed to make her way at once to Dolmakyar. It was of utmost importance that she traveled there straight away. But told us that there was a small Takonis outpost at Thanasar, and that we had to come here at once, that the fate of all of Araman was at stake, and we needed to come here and destroy an obelisk. And so we came. Coming here, we arrived to find a young, spry lieutenant of the Barrow Guard who arrested us. But we assumed that we had gotten wrong information because we were told to expect the House of Takonis in this place. So we were momentarily arrested. I began to explain to this young Alogar the situation, and if I am not much mistaken, he was more receptive to it, to the fact that there might be something foul afoot. By the time I was able to fully explain the situation, we arrived in the courtyard outside and saw that the Takonis had effectively taken command of this place, and our suspicions were confirmed. I made an appeal to the Barrow Guard to side with us, and it fell on deaf ears, and being told the importance of the situation, we commenced to fight. I am sorry, but I did not see Alogar fall.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
I believe he may even have taken my words quite seriously, and I saw him slip further within Thanasar before the fighting commenced.
Is there anything else that you know about your mission here that you can share with me? With us?
He looks and says, "We knew precious little, I am afraid. We knew that Mara needed to... Her business had everything gone according to her plan, she would have made her way into Takonis homelands, and from there, using powerful magic, would have ventured into the underworld and was prevented from doing so. And this gave her grave alarm. We were told to attack this place, but I do not think that this place was... I think it was always a desperate gambit, but we were out of time and out of answers. I cannot tell you more because, truthfully, the information that I have imparted to you was given to me in a matter of moments. She, exhausted beyond measure, needed every precious moment and flew at once for Dolmakyar.
What are you seeing right now?
I see a path which I have been invited to take, and which I know I will be prevented from.
Why?
Well, I suppose pick your poison. The Takonis Do I still have my skin out there?
Some of it?
Oh, you are being generous.
Yeah.
No. Then you cannot see it. You cannot see the scar that I won from the Taconis, which marks me. And you cannot see the contract that I had very lovingly tattooed on my body.
What?
The Taconis have a way of compelling servitude after you die. But I made that decision when I was very, very young and very foolish. But I became a drowned man when I was much older and still foolish. So, I will not be walking the path. Me and the other drowned men have our way out.
Okay. Does it involve a sea door?
A sea door? He looks unfamiliar with that term.
Okay. Is there anything I can do for you?
I have a quite sizable tab at the trumpeters in Venatus, if you would be kind enough.
Sure.
I am sure, and as a member of the Circle of Ancients, they will simply expunge my debt.
Consider it done.
Is the Azzy gone?
He is.
That young Taconis boy you brought, does he know what his family is doing?
Not fully. He is as much a victim as you and many others here.
As I was dying after the combat concluded, the ranger, the head ranger of the Barrow Guard, headed out for the wilderness, and I saw in my last moments your son with a few of his close companions. I believe having done something successfully within the holy site that I could not see, he trailed after them, uncaptured.
Thank you.
I do not know if any of the drowned men were able to escape or not, but our order, such as it is, most likely destroyed. But if you ever return to Venatus and there are effects of mine that explain how to make contact with her, my lady, and you find any other that are promised to the Taconis, it is a way out. It does work.
Noted. Thank you.
have an above table question. So, I hate that he's just like stuck in this path. Is there... So I see that I have something called ceremony.
Yeah.
And there's something on here, I don't know if this would apply, but there's something on here that you can, called atonement, that you can restore the target to its original alignment. Would that even have anything to do with what?
I think that, Vaelus, you're looking and see that this guy is lost. As you begin to reach for like a ceremony here, do you want to give me a religion check? I'll go for it. I love it. I love it.
Perfect. No, you're perfect.
The most important part of D&D is the
Disagree.
I'd like a religion check and separately like an insight check from you.
A religion and an insight?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have guidance.
And guidance. Okay, great. Okay, oh, that's bad. Okay, so let me do D4. Okay, I'm gonna do this insight check first. Okay. 13 for insight.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna roll this one for religion. Oh, natural 19.
Let's go.
So,
Oh.
plus 3.
The nun's good at religion.
What?
Water is wet.
Crazy.
There's what?
Where's religion? It's alphabetized.
Yeah, right there.
26.
Wow.
Let's go.
Okay.
Not the
You-
person.
Yeah.
You look at him and realize, I think on that high religion check, you peer through his translucency, and what was gone from his body, you actually see, I don't think, do you speak Sylvan or no? I don't think you do. Do you speak Celestial?
No.
You see...
She's curious.
I'm looking at my choices and I'm like, why did I do that?
You see writing. Looking through him, you see mirrored writing, which you realize you're seeing because it was written on his back. So looking through him, there are glowing translucent runes through his sort of translucent body, written in Sylvan, the language of fairy. And I think you know that some of your allies here speak Sylvan. If you wanted to extend a little bit of the Stone of Night Song's sight.
Yes.
I think maybe it came out before in the campaign that Julien speaks Sylvan.
Yeah. Julien.
What?
Smack him.
Yeah. Can you come here just a moment?
What do you need?
You read Sylvan, right?
Again?
Can you take my hand?
Looks at the corpse.
Julien, staring down at this body, you see translucent script, ghostly like vapor, appear behind the rib cage. You're almost not even seeing all the way to the beginning of the path here. But you read in Sylvan what at first seems like a poem. You can see in sort of Sylvan, it repeats over and over again, rushing down, rushing down, rushing down to water's edge. Sweet the vine and sweet the fruit, deeper still pursue the root. Depths of darkness, crashing waves, a life to end, a world to save. And you see that his name is signed at the bottom, Pascard Belmonte. And there are fey runes clutching, binding, owning that name. And you believe that Pascard is a warlock, that he has effectively sold his soul.
understand. Thank you.
And I think you see in this space of death someone who sold their soul. How Vaelus would feel about someone who sold their soul, I do not know.
Okay. I don't know what to do now. Do we...
Is there anything else that you want to ask?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask?
I have a lot of questions about the back writing, but
Get in there if you want to get in there.
it's just I'm gonna harangue a dead man to be like, what'd you do?
No.
Look,
Are we wasting more time?
No. We can go.
Occtis just leans out of the tent.
He looks at you and says, or I think he looks at you staring at his chest and says, "Can I help you, my lady? Gifted with the power to speak with the dead."
Yes, I'm very curious about the writing on your back.
It was written after I died the first time. Only for a moment. The water fills your lungs. You see the dark. You come back. I am part of a noble order of magicians who gained the power of magic as a byproduct of what they were really trying to do, which was to get rid of their souls.
ask him why.
Why?
If you have no more questions for me, do you want to find out why?
Yes? Yes? Are we done? Do we feel done?
I'm not there.
Okay.
Hey, girls, every time you need, but if we're talking to one dead man, there are other ones that might join him the more time we...
Sure. Yeah, we'll let you go soon.
I hope that you find your son, but the last I saw him, he seemed to have matters well in hand.
I hope the path that you swim agrees with you.
He turns, steps onto the path, and as he begins walking, the last thing you guys see as your vision starts to fade back is from distant darkness, sigils written in celestial with the emblem of House Taconis snaking like worms through the sky begin to approach to seize this man. And you see that a scar on his shoulder begins to sort of grow in his translucent form. And as they arrive, you hear a spectral voice saying, "Your soul is ours." He looks up and says, "Yours? It's not even mine." And a wave comes from behind you guys, crashes on him before those forms can get it, and sucks him out into a jet black sea, and he vanishes before the tendrils can reach him, and you are back in Tanasar.
Okay, I was given a very hard time for not prescribing to the old path. Seems like there's a lot of ways through the fucking woods.
Yeah.
You good?
I think so.
That was wild.
I've never been able to do that before.
And that was the stone?
It was a stone. It just felt compelled, and
Incredible.
Yeah. Okay.
You ready to move?
Yeah, and I convey everything, especially as it pertains to, like, the barrow guard. and Aligar, and what was the? Oh, I don't think I know the name of the ranger captain.
Bierza.
I know the ranger.
Yeah. Convey that he was taking off.
So Bierza went into the wilds, and the Beauregard with Aligar went deeper within, or followed into the wilds?
I think they lagged behind to hopefully take care of the obelisk and then proceed.
And your son is further in?
We gotta go.
I just start walking.
Occtis!
Yes?
You ready?
I didn't want to interrupt your conversation.
Their seminar with the dead?
You were a part of it.
Little thing, I have a map, so if we need to know where we're going, I can feasibly understand the excavated areas. Also, Julien, you're going to need one of these, and Vaelus, I think you should have the other one. Petrification antidotes.
What?
Basilisks in our future.
Foz is another country cousin of yours?
Fun.
Possibly.
God,
I'll take it.
Your family is bad.
Look, everyone has bad parts of their family.
Not mine.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Good for you.
Thank you.
So you guys all convey. Is there any information unconveyed from snooping through the tents and the letters and everything else? The conversation with Passguard is conveyed in totality.
Yeah.
Got it.
There is... No, I don't think I keep anything. There's a lot here that doesn't make sense, but I'm sure we'll figure it out whether we want to or not. Some things refer to that... There is a material called Chalcidian that they're referring to, but they're referring to it being used in a way that leads me to believe that it's possibly what the stone is made out of. Stone of Night Song. Chalcidian being bones.
Yeah.
Or bones specifically from Celestials.
Okay.
And they're using it possibly... There's mentions in these books of a chalcidial prosthesis, grafting possibly this substance onto people,
I mean,
and it failing.
A little bit like the way they put the stone in
A
you?
little bit like the way they put the stone in me, and also apparently the Hilivars are immune.
Why? Are you guys, related at all? Well, no, you're related. Okay.
Related only in the way
they were
that...
trying to...
What?
They weren't trying to kill you?
I have no actual...
2 for 1?
There is...
Take the heart
as you
experiment?
conveyed, there is... I don't think it's that much of a limb to go out on to say that the reference to can the ritual be performed somewhere else is talking about what happened.
Yeah. Question. Can I make some sort of Arcana check to see if maybe the scar that you got when your heart was torn open is equivalent to the scar that Passguard got that compelled him into Takona service after his death?
No roll needed. You've made the connection.
Cool.
Okay.
I explain, but screaming. I need you to not die again.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
It wasn't my choice the first time.
It's usually not anyone's choice.
Look, there wasn't... It was always going to be that there was more to this than just they decided they didn't like me anymore.
Sure.
So it doesn't surprise me that much that in doing what they did bound me to a use after they killed me, and it seems that I'm, with your help, might have stalled that a little bit.
Okay.
So, at least for the time being. But your son has left here?
He's farther in. He's moved into the wilds.
All right, then we should follow.
Julian, so while you're having this conversation, is ahead, kind of checking the ground on the entranceway for tracks of confirmation and kind of beginning to slowly and quietly enter whether or not you're ready.
Go ahead and give me a survival check.
A specific point we should be aware of, there are the obelisks that I'm mentioning, but also there is a place that is apparently guarded by demons.
17.
Of course there is.
That's not my fault.
On a 17 survival check, you see a massive set of, like the courtyard is filled with the comings and goings of the excavation site and the workers here, and then the fight that happened, and then, I guess there are the most recent boot prints leading up and out of the crevasse. If you would have to leave all the way from like the excavation site back up to where the wind is like brutal up there, I think on a 17 survival you would just know as well. Either they went back to the Tyria Via. If they went anywhere other than the Tyria Via, tracking them is a DC 30 at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Right? Like going off into the shifting sands.
Yeah.
It's forget it, right?
You're saying it could be done.
You're saying I got a chance.
I did roll a 30 last time. As we're leaving, is it possible for me to quickly try and harvest some of the venom from that giant scorpion?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a nature check.
Sure.
No, you know what? Do survival for me. Worse?
Yeah. No, nature's fine. Nature was. I was surprised at how much I had in nature. Was that bad? I was like, oh.
Nature being an int,
which
is
makes no sense.
What an interesting choice.
We'll do survival.
As you're looking into this, Julien cuts off the end of the tail where the bulb and poison is kept. Mm-hmm. All right, as you begin to sit down and be like, we have time for this later. Do it later.
You're rolling a 13. I'm like, I was going to do the same thing. I wasn't going to stop and do it right here. I just wanted to take it. Fine, let's go.
I'm just going to subtly hit you with a message right after the sort of loud revelation about the scar. You may have had a point. We're going to have to watch him.
Welcome to my side of the team.
And there's a little glance over, but other than that, continue moving.
And he's muttering, I do need ingredients to do the spell. I do. It's part of the whole deal. Like,
does Vaelus keep any of the things that she learned from the tent's secret? Does she, I just want to know what she shares, if anything.
Oh, everything. I think, are we taking a moment to, are we going forward? Are we taking a little moment to rest? We're not. We're moving forward.
You guys take a break?
Did what we were doing in that area qualify as a short rest? No.
Yeah, no, it
Great,
didn't.
then we're not.
Yeah.
Yes. If you want to take a short rest, you're going to have to convince Julien.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
on his way.
Mm-hmm. I believe that I definitely would have shared that information to everybody.
Okay. I'll say, actually, because we haven't gotten a chance to share it yet, as Julien is walking off, do you guys pursue Julien, or do you stop to share this additional information? I think it's either, because Julian's leaving.
Yeah.
So I think that it's like, you got to make a choice here.
Wait.
Julien takes a moment and turns and says, someone needs to scout ahead.
I realize this, but do you want some information before you scout ahead?
Do you think it's helpful pertaining to our survival, or is it just more of these floating
I think it'd be
mysteries?
helpful for you to know if you're walking down a hall of demons.
He does have a map.
What do you know about demons?
He does have a map.
I have a map.
Not a whole lot.
Then this isn't helpful for me.
There is a chamber up ahead that is supposedly guarded by demons.
Do you think those demons are like the ones we fought before? They were kind of silly.
What, you mean like the Three Stooges sisters?
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
I would go out on a limb to say if this is a place that is left over from when this place used to be, these demons are going to be worse.
All right.
But who knows? They could be...
Just hoping
maybe
for a lucky break.
It's also possible that a regular guy saw 3 imps and went, demons! So, I don't know.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah, let's bank on that.
Perfect. So, demons. Special place to strike them, to take them down? They weak at the base of the skull.
Can I
What do you know about
Arcana check
Kattigan?
for any possible knowledge I have of what is a demon is weak to?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Roll for stroke.
17.
17. You remember that one of the scrolls given to Thaisha by Amida is actually a scroll of protection against demons.
Oh, I think one of the scrolls I gave you from your friend says something. Just I don't know exactly. I don't speak Druidic, but it did.
You don't you? I thought you were
No,
reading a
I
book.
can do it if I have 10 minutes to sit.
Don't yell at me.
Why is that? I didn't do anything. It says, I think I caught a word I recognized about demons.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pull out the scroll of protection. Boop, 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 boop. For 5 minutes. Great.
Wait then?
Use it in the moment.
Yeah.
But heard. And I've got it like on deck on my hip.
Amazing.
Are we going? Will you die if we keep going?
What?
Will you die if we keep going?
I'm probably in a better place than most of you from the looks of it.
I'm fine.
I'm great.
Let's just go.
Venturing further into the chamber, looking at the map, where do you lead these folks first? There's the barracks to the right as you enter through this main passageway. To the left, a long stone corridor that eventually will open out into the obelisk chamber. The bulk of the chambers that have been excavated lead towards the center of Old Tanissar, which is the Apotheon Vindicta.
Okay. So, right goes to the barracks, left, long path to get to the apotheotic obelisk, apparently.
Well, yeah, let's go there.
Right, but the barracks is where your son would have been.
I don't care where he would have been. I'm trying to find where he...
Please, go.
Why would we care about the barracks?
Do you think he might have left something there saying where he went?
Fine.
If you're looking for information, which is what we need.
I'm not looking for information. I'm looking for him.
How big are the barracks? We do like a quick.
The map you see is that these are a number of basically. These chambers were designed as ritual preparatory areas. It looks like you can see, sort of like looking at them, House Taconis of old did a lot of embalming and a lot of preparation for funeral rites. It looks like these barracks were in a set of chambers that you've seen this layout very similarly in other holy sites throughout the old Oberdemian Empire, and look and realize these are body preparation chambers for the type of for whatever would have needed to happen, for what Tansul intended for this to look like. However, the barracks is a number of smaller chambers. The Barrow Guard were sleeping in bedrolls out in that chamber you fought in. This would have been where Taconis and their people were dwelling away from the rabble of commoners.
Yes. To the left leads to the obelisk.
Let's do that, unless you think we should stop at the barracks.
Nope, please.
Thank you.
I think at this juncture, as they're making this point, Julien kind of nods, still looking ahead, kind of takes his blade out quietly, takes a breath, and is going to use his second wind. However, since he's bloodied, instead of healing, it gives him temporary hit points.
Cool.
So,
Oh, shoot. I would love more spell slots than I have. Let's cast Pass Without Trace. Yes.
Pass Without Trace goes up. You see, entering this next space. Go ahead and give me a group stealth check.
That's without a trace.
That adds, what does that add?
Adds
10?
10.
Okay.
Yeah.
20,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
29.
29.
Oh my god, dirty 20. I thought we were going to be the
29,
same.
dirty
20.
23.
23.
16.
Okay. Entering into this next space, Dame Gaia takes a position in front of you, Occtis.
Oh my God.
And,
That's right.
I forgot about it.
yeah.
God.
And
One
Dr.
person who's on my side.
Yeah, Dr. Talter sort of walks along going, does Pin eat or no?
Oh, no.
Got it.
Look, I'm gonna come around and you've probably been confused up to this point. Both Pin and I are dead. It's gonna be easier if I just get it out of the way.
Do not scream. Doing so good.
I heard my voice. I screamed too loud in the fight.
Yeah.
I don't think I can scream again.
Okay, you're doing great.
Pin, look, Pin has buttons for eyes. Come on.
She nods and goes, yeah, that makes sense. That did strike me. You guys
Pin's
arrive.
just like wagging their tail, looking at
You guys arrive at a long stone corridor that you realize is headed far enough out that you recognize it's getting towards where the land above it, as you are now subterranean, like slopes down. And you walk into this space where you see a massive chamber, an obsidian obelisk raised tall, written in massive sort of celestial runes. The runes all look badly damaged, and you realize that they had gold set into them, and it must have been in some prior age that tomb raiders came here and scraped the gold off the obelisk. But it is some 60 feet tall, written in celestial, and you see that they're immediately ongoing here. Dr. Talter gasps, and Occtis, you see the room from your vision. This is the room where a young orcish warrior was repelling undead. And as you also look, you see there is a massive sort of stone wheel that can go over the door that has been pushed out of the way, but probably pushed out of the way for Allegar to exit this space, right? That this is where Allegar, perhaps some other Barrow Guard fought. And you see, once again, it's a chaotic sight at first. The first thing is the room is so big, it's cavernous, it's sacred, it's numinous, it feels like a cathedral. And the obelisk goes up, and as your eyes come down to the human area where you can interact with this, again, like 60 foot tall, and then the base of it is like almost 8 feet wide on a side. Looking up, the base of it, some deeply concerning or upsetting things have happened. There is a massive golden brazier at the front of the obelisk facing the door. That brazier looks corroded and warped, but you see there's a small oven, a space for like sacred coals to go under it, and then there is also a pitcher of shattered oil, like a fire was supposed to build on top of it, literally like an oven underneath a roaring fire to create some superheated thing. There's runes around that area, but it looks like that's been corroded or degraded, possibly by magic. Set around the base of this place are basically mirror images of the stone that you warped or destroyed out in the previous chamber. These stones and crystals are also badly damaged. These ones are badly damaged by axes, spears, swords. It looks like some folks came in and wrecked this to shit as best they could the old-fashioned way.
That's my boy. Fuck those nerds. Let's go.
Anyone who wants to can give me investigation, arcana, or religion here.
Oh, awful.
26 Arcana.
26 arcana, hell yeah.
14 Arcana.
14 Arcana.
Natural 17 investigation for 17.
17.
I rolled a natural 2.
Natural 2.
So,
Vaelus,
45.
Vaelus, what's your relationship to the other Shapers? Like, I think you're seeing a holy site to Tonsul here. It's one other thing of beauty in the world that has been ravaged and destroyed.
sure. I feel like Vaelus lived over 800 years in bliss, and in these past 70, 80 years post the Shaper Wars, she knew about the other gods, but there was no importance of knowing anything about them because it wasn't a part of her life. So as she's been journeying in these past 80 years and in this time, I think is definitely learning more outside of her own world and has been in these past 80 years. So, I feel like there's curiosity there.
Yeah. Looking at it, on that 17 investigation, you look around, Julien, at what happened here, which is looking at the footmarks in this place that is so deep subterranean, there is no wind in it. So you are literally looking at, to you, the choreography of boot marks in here tells a story. And a group of about 8 Barrow Guard came in here to attack this place. And what you see is no other Taconis sorcerers joined that fight, but some undead rushed in to attack them while they were... You see basically these people rushed in. 2 of them went over to try to close the stone, to close the door here. 1 stood in the doorway waiting for the onslaught of the undead to come in, while the others came and just wrecked the stuff around the obelisk. That vision you had of that warrior standing against the undead in that moment. And you always wondered, like, you didn't have a connection to Aligar. Why did you have a vision connected to Aligar? You look up, Julien, and see also, as they sort of wreck this area, you just look up tactically and realize that the top stone of the chamber is actually a very light, cloudy, rosy quartz up above that has carvings within it. And you see even that through the quartz on a 17, is that sand up above? I think you realize that thing up above is covered by sand, but might have actually been a window to the sky up above.
Before it was buried with time.
Looking out, Occtis, on the 27, you're like, why did you get a vision of Aligar? The crystals that are scattered all around here on that Arcana, they start to hum at your approach, and they're humming in a way that you recognize. They're buzzing like the vibrations of a glass knife in Bolaire's hand. They're buzzing like gem teeth in the back of your university's bursar's mouth. They are connected to something here. You sense powerful divination magic, communication specifically. And I think you look and see that there are several small altars that look like they just got backhand scattered by some of the Barrow Guard in here. And there are a number of small gemstones that were clearly concealed in glass. Their glass would have been formed into almost like hourglasses or closed glass instruments that would have been able to levitate these humming small gemstones. The largest of these gemstones is like the size of a thumbnail, right? They're scattered on the ground. On that 27 Arcana as well, you see the brazier that has been corroded by magic, warped and destroyed, was done so with Taconis magic. This place was defaced by the Taconis way before the Barrow Guard got here. all of this gem stuff around it is added on. What this was supposed to be was a gold runed obelisk praising Tonsul and mourning his death with a brazier that you see the rune in it that you recognize is a rune meaning heart. And you believe that this brazier is for burning a human heart in offering to Tonsul. On that 27 Arcana, the last piece of information I'll give you is this. The name of the god of humankind and the name of the god of the sun and the shaper of humankind has been erased violently from the base of the obelisk and replaced with the emblem for House Taconis.
This is the room where I saw Iyengar.
Okay.
Where is he?
Don't ask me, I don't know. This is the information that I had, was that I saw this vision. Iyengar was standing here. Those there by that door, that's where he was. And I've been trying to figure out why I had that. I know Iyengar purely because of you. I don't have any connection to your son.
Okay.
Why would I have a vision of him?
With that 27 Arcana, the last piece I'll give you, as you ask why, is that hum. The hum that you felt when you were being brought back to life. That you look, the message from outside saying, does the sacrifice have to happen? If the obelisk is connected, you realized with whatever they were doing to you in the Palazzo Davinos, you didn't get a vision of Iyengar, you got a vision of this room.
Yeah, that's... So, it wasn't about... Iyengar was a byproduct.
Sure.
It was not about Iyengar. What they were doing to me, what they did to me, these stones are a way of transference. They're a way of communication, but not communication between people, but communication of magic. It is a way for what they did to me to have reverberated across these crystals. And they were doing a ritual here at the same time.
Did they do it?
And I point to the corroded bowl. I think so.
So your heart was burned.
That is the symbol of House Taconis put there over the place of Tansul's name.
So here's my question. If they came here to create a Taconis Celestial, did they succeed?
I have no idea. But
do we realize that the Celestial was meant to enact a vengeance on Osgra, and likely the people Osgra shaped?
Yes,
Is that an orc-killing angel that was made from your heart?
I understand the historical implications of this place, and I know what it was for. It was completely defiled before its use in the ritual. What it was used for currently may not be what it was historically meant to be used for. And I don't think that the Taconis care about orcs specifically.
They don't care about anyone else.
Yeah.
They care about us if they're trying to erase the old path and make sure that they are the only arbiters of death.
Right.
We should destroy this.
But
do we need to destroy it if it's already been used?
Not all. Correct me if I'm wrong, but not all of the Circle of Ancients are orcs, correct?
Correct.
So, they're trying to destroy the old path, but to make a celestial specifically designed to kill orcs doesn't seem to be furthering that plan.
Sure. This is a little comfort. Does it look like?
Look, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to figure this out. You can stop attacking every hypothesis I come up with. It's not meant to be against you. I'm not trying to do anything against you. I'm trying to figure this out and to help.
Okay.
I'm looking at the actual evidence that exists, not a feeling.
Okay. Have you considered maybe that your innate defensiveness is because you hold a fealty to your family despite what they've done to you?
I feel like my innate defensiveness in this situation is because You all keep looking at me like I might be in on it. And I'm trying to tell you that I'm not.
Okay.
I don't know what they did. I don't know what the ritual, if it was successfully completed, I do not know what they created, what they did. I just think, based on the evidence I'm looking at and the remnants left here, I think it's safer to assume they completed what they were trying to do.
Okay.
Instead of assuming they failed.
Okay. Something terrible may have been brought into the world. Do you think maybe you're not the only person that deserves to have a fucking panicked response?
I understand that.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
Because if you need me to be a calm, motherly figure and not jump on your ass about this, I'm happy to do that. But I am worried. I am worried about my family. I am worried about my world. So I'm sorry if I'm not interacting with you with perfect fucking grace. Okay?
That's not what I'm asking for. I'm not asking you to do anything different. I'm just letting you know that not every idea I come up with means that you have to make it my fault.
I don't think any of this is your fault.
But that's not how you're acting. You're equating me with my family constantly every time something new, some new piece of terrible information comes up.
We're trying to find the connection. Occtis.
I understand. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Let's continue.
Julien, who's been looking over the chamber, kind of away, just hearing this in the background, just kind of says out loud, I hate to admit, but he has a point.
Look. Something terrible did happen here. I don't know if it was successful. Let's assume it was. This room was meant to create a replacement artificial celestial in order to defend themselves from something, using a human heart to do so.
Defend or revenge?
Depends on who you're asking, or what text you're reading.
Dr. Talter goes, sorry, there's a lot of interpersonal, I'm not so sure, my Lord Tagonis, I read, do you read Celestial, or?
I can read it a little bit, yes. I'm not fully fluent.
I don't think that this chamber, there are other chambers here in Tanasar that may have answers to some of these questions. I do not believe that this chamber was intended to create a Celestial.
How do you mean?
I think that Tanasar has many chambers in it, and I think that this was a very complicated process, and I think that this room has many celestial symbols and many signs of divination within it. This appears to be a place of communicating, and the brazier is typically associated with offering. I believe that something was to be offered to Tansul's domain here, and she just gestures at the obelisk pointing straight upwards.
Right.
She says, based on what we went over in the tent, I do not believe that this chamber was about the creation of the Deva Vindicta. I believe this chamber is about assigning ownership.
And with the replacement and defilement of the symbology on this, it would be then claiming its ownership to House Tagonis.
I don't think it seems that the current generational leadership of your family you imparted the vision you had in the Holy Stones on our approach to this place with the use of the Kibbenem Kadaz and speaking to the stone. I think Tansul's plan for this place relied on his priests remaining loyal for at least a century or more after his death, and I think he lost that loyalty pretty quickly.
Yeah. Okay. This place is terrible. Something happened. But our actual goal in being here was to find your son. And he's not here. So what do we do?
If you saw this days ago, this battle happened days ago, which means there is very much a possibility that your son is no longer with us. Just prepare yourself. But we still look in the off chance that's true. If he could not defend himself against this undead wave, and this was the majority of their destruction, would they have taken prisoners? Do the Taconis take prisoners?
The Taconis take bodies. They are indeed considered prisoners, but they don't need to be alive. As far as I'm aware, I was far too young to be a part of any sort of thing they would have done.
I understand. You do not need to defend yourself any further. No one amongst this troop has any reason to mistrust you more than me, but as far as we've gone together, you have not proven anything otherwise. Just because we are ready for a betrayal doesn't mean until then we don't have reason to trust you. So we will try to be a little more collaborative.
Do not look at me like that again.
Look, I apologize. I understand you are everyone here is under a lot of stress, and this is something we're trying. I'm processing a lot of information right now about what possibly I am used for now, and I'm sorry if I was unkind.
As am I.
Look, we should search for Iyengar. Did you above table, did you tell us everything that he said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pascard said he saw Iyengar after the fight.
Yes.
We don't know if that instance in time is before or after the vision.
Feels as though that was after the vision. The vision is what he was doing. He survived it.
Right.
And had the ability to go and try to catch up with.
So, assuming that is the timeline of events, he survived this room.
Yes.
So, he could be somewhere else.
You see Gaia looks over at you and says, if your son did what he seemed to do in this chamber, then he would have been persuaded by the drowned man. Which means that he would know that the Beauregard were acting under the false authority of House Taconis.
Yes.
Look, here's the map, and I lay it out. Where do we go?
Reading the map, do we have a sense? Can I figure out a sense of what would correspond on the map to the ranger and Iyengar and the fellow Beauregard that moved into the wilds? I think that was the phrasing that Pascard used.
I think that looking at this, the Taconis, there may be information amongst the Taconis station in the barracks, and there's also who knows what the Apotheon Vindicta is, but it appears to be the central chamber of Tanasar.
So if your son was trying to stop what was happening here to the best of his ability, it's possible that in my assumption of the thought process of somebody who is a martial combatant, and please correct me, the central chamber would be an assumption of where possibly to do the most damage. At the heart of a thing. So maybe we make our way there, see if he's there.
Okay.
Leaving this chamber, you venture back, pass now to the left. There is a colonnade massive sandstone columns. Looking around, echo of footfalls, clanking of Dame Gaia's armor. As you walk further in, holy places here. This is an area of actual worship and reverence. And you see there are writings here. My light can never leave you. The sun shines always, even where it cannot be seen. Entering further into this space, you approach this one, a chamber that is almost too intimate, private. It is still quite enormous, but it just feels so silent in here. Your footfalls almost stop making noise. You enter the Apotheon Vindicta, and you see ancient glyphic writing. These walls are like 40 feet tall with letters maybe an inch or two high, and every section of wall is filled with writing over and over and over again. Prayer and prayer and prayer. Once again, I'll ask for Arcana investigation. I'll also take religion or nature here.
Investigation.
Gotcha. Talter is also going to, by the way, add her flat +5 to the rolls here, and she can give the help action to either Occtis, Vaelus, or Thaisha, whoever wants it.
Okay. It's cocked. So that will be in the 5 + 5. Okay, so that's going to be 28.
Let's go.
Arcana. And it'll be 26 religion, depending if you want.
Elliot, any other?
8.
Yeah, 15. Religion.
Dr. Talter goes, my God, and sees up on the wall, amidst the writing, an image of a celestial. This is the Deva Vindicta.
So this is the room where it would have been made.
This is the room where it would have been made. You see that there is an altar. There's a stone slab in the center of the room with it is in the shape of a sarcophagus, but it is just solid stone. And what you see is there's actually a massive stone circle behind it, where this is an intermediary chamber where it would come here and prayers would be recited, and this is where a body would actually be prepared. On a 28, you look and see, you haven't been to the barracks yet, but you know that when the body lands here, there is a way to embalm someone in advance of their death, a way to prepare them to...
Yeah, that was a fucked up sentence. We're allowed to read.
Yes.
What?
Are you guys psyched about the Seekers table? Is this the table you wanted to be at, where we find out all the nasty
I want
shit?
to unseek all of this knowledge.
Is that technically a BBL?
You see that there's a place, and you can see that the writing around this altar.
An EBL.
An EBL. There's a on the altar here. This is the instruction for a heart to be removed from a living body. The heart to be removed from a living body. You see the writing up on the wall, massive, that you guys can all hear. Talter just starts to say it, sort of like, just like eyes wide, reciting it. She looks out and says, "In its right hand shall it wield my scepter, and in its left will it hold aloft the sun. Crowned in glory, it shall be terror to God and mortal alike. And from the earth and heavens shall no foe be suffered to live or die without its terrible command. No passage given, nor to stay from passage suffered without the grim pronouncement of its edict. Woe to the foes of man in the age of the final angel." You see, looking out, you see around the base of this altar, flesh of the world, heart of light, flesh of the world, heart of light. And following the Arcana again and again, you can see the instructions given in this chamber. This is where Tonsil explains how to do this. And moving from the poetic into the actual, you see this final celestial that would enact Tonsil's vengeance on the world would be a meeting fully of the divine and the mortal. And what it would require is the body of one of his chosen priests, either from the house of Haelavar or the house of Taconis. And what is referred to as Chalcidian is a translation of Kalsus here in the sort of text of this ancient place, which is a heart crafted from the body of a celestial.
You got one of those.
So you see that the ritual that would have occurred here would have been to prepare the body on this slab. And at this point in the ritual, explained in the glyphic writing on the walls, essentially the heart would be removed, the heart of flesh, and a contingent of priests would walk back down the hall in ritual procession, prayer and chanting, would take the heart of flesh and offer up that heart of flesh at the obelisk to Tonsil. And it would be that even in his death, his realm and final edict would control the heart of this Day of Vindicta. It would follow his last commands or pronouncements in death, right? And the body would be taken down to the sepulchral veil. And you see this massive stone that is, you realize, a stone cap covering a staircase. And you can see that there is a massive hafted crank to open up that lower chamber that is currently capped off in stone. I will also say, at this point, you look out and see, all this is you in this chamber, sort of seeing the sort of Apotheon Vindicta here, and you guys look out and see this small area that you walked through coming into this space. On that very high arcana, you look over and see this little sort of like antechamber area at the beginning of the room that is part of this but a little bit separate. And you can see that there are, in the dark there are some shapes, but the darkness hanging around them is almost like magical in nature. There's like almost no, but you see that there's a small area with some non-celestial writing included amongst the celestial glyphs there, and there are 4 sort of stone bases.
I'll wander over.
I grab you the moment you start to move. I think we need to have a conversation.
On that arcana, by the way, before you answer that, I just want to say, the body would have been taken downstairs, and it is downstairs that the heart of light would have been inserted into the body. The becoming would have happened downstairs. But I think, Occtis, in this moment, you are aware of that moment. 2 things happen here as well, and this is the last thing I'll say about reading this before we move on, which is just the final stanzas of the prayer offer that the soul of the mortal priest that would be assuming this transformation would have to walk to the gates of the golden sky, would have to walk past a certain point. And I think you realize this ritual was fully foiled. If this had been successful, here's the issue. If this worked, your body would not be yours anymore. Yeah. It would have been a physical transformation. And that physical transformation, looking at the celestial depicted in both in writing, but also fully depicted as an image of this vast angel of death on the wall of the temple here, holding a scepter of the sun and holding the sun in its left hand. You see, that's not you. this ritual did not occur. And it couldn't have occurred. The ritual was disrupted in the moment that Thaisha told you to step off the path, because part of the ritual was for the soul to actually make it all the way across the veil.
Yeah.
And it was certainly fundamentally ended when you removed the Stone of Night Song from your body.
You mean you want to talk about how they were turning me into this?
Yes, but I think, especially since I don't know that little bit that you just sort of sussed out, I'm worried we're walking you to the completion of this ritual right now.
No, we're not.
I feel the same thing.
Okay, looking at this, I'm understanding something. The ritual, this place here was where the heart was removed, and then the body was taken somewhere lower, to the, what was it called?
Sepulchral Veil.
The Sepulchral Veil. And that's where the Chalcidian was implanted. A false heart crafted from the body of a celestial, from the bones, i.e. the Stone of Night Song. And it was placed in the body, and they had to get to a certain point along the path for it to work. And I didn't go there. You stopped me.
You stopped you.
It didn't work. The ritual failed. If it had worked, I wouldn't be here. I would be gone. My body would have transformed into...
You're confident that you're not just waiting for the final step? It is done, it is ruined, it is over?
That stone needed to be inside my body for any of this to work, and I needed to get to the Golden Gates, which I did not do.
I hear you, and I believe you.
All of those pieces needed to be in place, and that stone needed to be in my body, and if it had worked, this would all be gone.
Okay.
I am...
Is there any universe where, because all of the components of the ritual are here together, I'm just trying to figure out where your family...
I understand.
Why your family isn't here if they are waiting to ambush us and finish the ritual now that we've crossed the desert to complete it here.
That I don't know.
That's my only fear.
Yes, and I agree. But for this ritual, if I'm understanding exactly what all of this means, for that ritual to work, I needed to not be interrupted in my passage to death, which I was.
Okay.
And this is without the knowledge of whether or not they could force me to walk that. But if they could, they would have.
Yes.
And they didn't. So knowing that the ultimate choice as to whether or not I walk this path if I were to die again, I can just not.
Okay.
And it doesn't happen.
Okay.
I would heavily suggest,
Keeping that stone away from you?
no matter how strong of a sense you get, don't put that back in my body.
Oh, trust me, I will not.
If you keep going, can you hide it in somewhere other than your front pocket?
But that doesn't mean they
Put it in
can't
my
do this.
back pocket?
The important thing here is that they can do this to someone else.
Yes.
That's why I was saying, should we destroy the obelisk so they can't do it again?
Okay, possibly.
Yeah.
But I'm not. The but is not a disagreement. The but is that's a lot of time. We don't have supplies to demolish a place.
Yeah. Hold on. I don't know what the book does. That's your weird book. I can help you translate. Do you think you can convince the obelisk to
kill
not
itself?
be itself?
The book is a book of names. The book allows me to know the history. It doesn't necessarily, as far as my general knowledge of what it does, as I've only had it for a couple of days, it doesn't allow me to communicate with stone as much as it allows me to know what the stone has seen. I know the history of where it's been. It doesn't speak or communicate in a way that is like, hey, do you think you could fall apart for me? You know.
Fair. Do you think maybe there's something in the creation of it that might give us a clue to a speedier destruction of it? If you don't want to open the book.
No, it's fine. I can open the book. I'm just... look, the Kibandim Kadaz...
Nice.
says, you were saying it refreshes at a dawn, correct?
Yeah.
Which it does, as we have not gone through a dawn since I used it.
Rose, there's no dawn here.
That's right, there's no dawn here.
So that is... The issue is it has not refreshed since the last time. I can only use it once per dawn. And we are in nighttime. So that's unfortunately locked to us at the moment.
Gotcha. Okay. Look, there's a world where my son is fine or not, but because we are not currently fighting waves of undead, some of the immediacy has left.
Yes. He could still be here. Look, I'm normally not someone who wants to destroy history or blow up a place that is incredibly ancient. Yeah, but there... Let's try and find your son and think on how we could disable this place.
Do we want to go look at the sepulchral veil? Or are we leaving from here?
Well, he's not here, and there's only a few areas of this place that have been uncovered.
Yeah.
So I guess we look. This bit that is not the original writing.
Yeah.
Can I look at it?
You do. You step into a sort of darker antechamber right before the Apotheon Vindicta. Do you create any sort of... You realize there's some magical darkness on this place.
Use dancing lights, but in the way where you make you're allowed to make like a medium creature size sort of vague shape.
You can make a guy?
I'll make a guy and I'll have it kind of stand.
Walking there, you recognize that there is some writing in Celestial containing a few short pieces of demonic script. And you see this very small chamber is what they refer to as the Hall of the Guardian Demons. This suddenly revealing it, you see that there are 4 inscriptions. Does anyone here read demonic?
I do not.
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
I'm gonna look, but I know I don't.
Not the best. That's going to be 17.
The words are... there are full names here that you can't quite read. There are some terms here that you're trying your best to translate. I think on a 17, it's not quite high enough. The words sort of escape you in this moment.
Look, I know we don't have the time. I can read all of this if I have 10 minutes. But I don't know if we do.
You also see the actual shapes of these names written at the base of statues, and you see that there are 4 bases and only 3 statues. You see that there is a standing looking almost saintly and confused. There is a beautiful, it's rendered, quite beautifully. There's like a young, youthful, it might be like a young boy or adolescent who's looking up with sort of wavy hair in stone, 2 extremely small horns, and this beautiful sort of celestial face looking up, and then otherwise featureless. In terms of the face is there, but there's like a sort of muscled chest with, this is going to be funny to say, but it is a little bit disconcerting. There are no secondary sexual characteristics or primary sexual characteristics. So,
Adorable little Ken doll.
adorable little Ken doll. There are no nipples. There are no anything that would connote like a biological status. There's just a shape here, sort of staring up, looking confused. You see there is another figure. This one, sort of an old smiling man with like a goatee and these wild horns that curl all the way back around. Almost looks like giant, like almost connecting into a full hoop. Pointed ears, goat-like legs standing out. Who you see has a small stone pouch hanging from a cord around his neck and a stone staff that sort of curls. There is one final demonic statue here. This one is a extremely tall, broad-shouldered, masculine figure who appears to be wearing some kind of ancient armor, and you see has bat wings that come sort of off and wrap around, but you see that doesn't appear to have horns, but has a circle of stone, almost like a halo that comes around, but is sort of broken or shattered in the front. And looking down, you see a very handsome masculine face with 2 eyes and then 2 more on each side here, but otherwise strong jaw, who seems to be looking down sorrowfully.
The fourth pillar, the fourth base. Does it look like it was forcibly removed?
Looks like it was shattered.
Okay.
Destroyed.
I guess somebody wanted to make sure they always travel in threes. Now, here's my perspective on this, glancing over the chamber. I see 2 paths here. Either this place has lost its importance to the Taconas, and they've entirely abandoned it, which means it's safe to quickly gather what else its secrets might keep. Or it still holds purpose, and they would not be stupid enough to leave it abandoned, which means there could still be Taconas representatives here, ripe for interrogation.
Then let's... This chamber where these statues are, is this like a chamber that goes through to another area that we need to get through?
No, this was a little darkened. First, when you are almost perturbed by how easily you walked past these statues on your way into this space.
Oh, we came through these statues?
You came through this little thing. It was like a threshold, and that magical darkness you almost like stepped through because you were looking at the massive angelic painting on the wall past this. These figures appear to be here as part of the original construction of this space, and they are demons, but demons don't have necessarily the same adversarial position to the faith of the 7 Shapers as we would if we shouldn't copy and paste our understanding of the devil to this. These demons existed in an ecosystem alongside, in sort of a cosmology of faith alongside everything else as beings of chaos and destruction and entropy, but they were not all united in purpose, and therefore these ones seem to have been like these statues depicted here in this space.
Guardians. Can we shatter the statues?
I'm sure we're capable of doing it.
Do you have a good reason for me to not? And I think I'm just sort of like a golfer, just lining up a shillelagh swing.
Does the statue look like it was shattered a long time ago or recently?
Quite recently. Anyone who wants to give me an investigation?
Yeah.
Ooh, 16. Do it. Investigate.
16.
21.
Yeah,
21. You believe that this was destroyed by martial weapons, that possibly the Barrow Guard came in and smashed this one here.
It's possible that your son destroyed one of these.
Strong instincts.
Well, my worry is that maybe he didn't. maybe us passing through let something out, but I have no evidence to back that up. That's just a gut feeling. But if we want to try and smash them, either they'll break or they'll wake up.
I'm still trying to suss out why your sister sent the Barrow Guard here. Were they part of the sacrifice?
It's possible.
They literally showed up and then destroyed a bunch of stuff.
Well, yeah. I don't think my family was counting on the drowned men to offer that piece of alternative information.
Fair.
It was only a few that took up the drowned men's cause. The rest of the Barrow Guard acted under Takona's interests.
It's possible that... I'm sure you understand. You've dealt with plenty of nobles in your life. They are quick to assume that people who are not nobles are stupider than they are. So it's possible they just assumed the Barrow Guard wouldn't ask any questions.
Fair.
Okay,
I think you give me an insight with advantage.
I think we can, if you want to destroy them, by all means.
Let's have a strong sense of they're gonna wake up because we were in the room.
I have no idea. I don't get any...
I just don't want to fight that one. And I point at like multiple eyes and wings. I'm like, he seems like the worst.
Yes.
Yeah. I gotta assume my son and his friends saw the other one that was also very bad, and they're like, I can take a baby with no nipples.
On a 14 insight, I think Julien, you're like thinking like the Takonas sent the Barrow Guard here, right? Like with almost no notice, right? Like the Barrow Guard got here, what, a day or two? Because you're thinking about the drowned men coming from Venatus, which is a few days into the desert, and then Castle Torch, which is like a day and a half away. I think you're thinking about two things. Petra and Raya looking at Gaia Saramai and saying, here's an order, it's from the Revolutionary Council, we don't have proof, but send the head ranger and send a battalion into the desert. And you're also thinking about that letter from Primus Takonas saying, does the sacrifice need to happen here, or could it happen elsewhere if the obelisk is up? I think a 14 insight is not high enough to get a lay of what the plan is, but one thing Primus and his two eldest daughters have in common is that they were cutting a lot of corners.
Fair.
I guess we should... Do you want to explore the rest of the rooms? And double check and make sure.
I would like to make sure that if there is any remaining Takonas, we can keep them in chains.
Or Iyengar.
I don't think Iyengar is here anymore.
No, I don't think so either, but you never know.
Can you cast, like, don't in this room? Because you're a Takonas?
Oh, the famous spell don't?
Yeah. I don't know what wizard things you learned in school.
There's nothing that I can do that
you cast
will...
No can.
Nope is fourth level.
Shoot.
My family doesn't necessarily deal in demons, so this is not something that I, generally speaking, understand or have done anything with in the future. This looks like, if I'm making a complete wild guess, this is a combination of... We all know the Halavars have demons with them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you think this is... Oh, sure.
I think this might be left over from the construction of this place in conjunction with both the Halavars and the Takonas.
Okay.
So I don't know if this is an immediate concern. This might be these statues, these guardian statues have been here for a very long time.
Ooh, do you think the fourth one was... Maybe if it wasn't shattered, it was Tyranny, just being like,
Could be.
That would
kind of cool.
mean that a lot of problems are probably happening with everybody else right now.
There's a part of me that would feel sympathy or empathy or not wanting... It's been a bad time here. I hope everyone's a little stressed out.
Yeah.
And you see that Gaia looks and says, so we wish to explore the rest of this place to see if there is any sign either of your son or of the Takonas that are here.
Yeah, that seems like the plan.
She says, all right, looking at the demons around here, you see she says, do we wish to start, and she nods her head over to the closed door to the sepulchral veil. She says, do we wish to investigate the veil? The barracks, both, neither?
The Vale seems like a place of importance that if there were Taconas here, they would be there.
So help me, if you turn into a killing angel when we go through there, you better kill me first. If not, I'm gonna haunt you with I told you so.
Look, I have... If my very, very rudimentary understanding of what this ritual is means, I won't have any choice in the matter.
Yeah, fair.
Hell yeah. You guys head over to the sepulchral veil. Gaia looks over to you with the haft to begin turning it. The stone cap rotates. Sort of the stone doesn't rotate this way, it rotates fixed at this point, and the circle moves, revealing a descending staircase going down.
Okay. That's cool, but I hate down.
I'll go first.
You go first.
Do you want to send your light man to help you guys see?
Well, you have vision. You can see.
I can. Yeah, I have dark vision.
Julian's gonna follow up just after you.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the sake of this, I'm gonna banish dancing lights. Julian, if you want to hold on, I will hold on to you. Let's try and not have light precede us into this place in case there are people down there.
Proceeding down into the dark, you begin to see glowing crystal light, ancient, beautiful temple structures, and you approach and see the altar where the body changes, the place where the Deva Vindicta is supposed to be born. Before it, a massive well filled with blood. And you hear the scream. I need you all to roll initiative. And that's where we go to break.
Oh, hateful.
Okay, that's cool. It's fine.
It's fine. We could have left.
No.
You guys had a huge stack. You were on a hot streak. Let's keep rolling, baby. Let's keep rolling.
There you are, Arator. You fight with such conviction, but your light will betray you in your darkest moment. When you need it most, your light will turn to wrath. All you'll be left with is ashes.
Draw your weapons. The tabletop role-playing show where the players literally draw their weapons, among other things.
The players will all be recording the moments of the game sessions through hand-drawn depictions of the action and role play.
Let's meet the team that will be making up our adventuring party.
Rashawn Nadine Scott, Sean Glaze, Heather Mahler, Jason Charles Miller.
And the game master of Draw Your Weapons, Josh Knapp.
Without a word, just scowls and slaps you across the face.
I slap her across the face.
And our special guest this episode is...
What do you think he has in store for our party, Blaine? We're about to find out.
Natural 20!
Holy shit!
Critical hit. Let's go.
I can't wait to see who spills first blood!
You know what time it is, BBs. It's time for the Critical Role shop stuff. It's comfy, it's cozy, it's perfect for you. Look at these, so small but so cool. Make a hell of a fashion statement with this baby right here. Need more dice? These are nice.
Gonna wear this on the next full moon.
I'll take 3. For science, obviously.
Oh, that's going straight in the cart.
Oh man, that looks f***ing cool. If anyone asks, this was a necessary expense.
I think I'll get it. And you should too! You know, then we can be twinsies. It will be so much fun.
You know you want it. Go on and get it at the Critical Role shop. Na.
I have to say something real quick.
Oh, season's greetings, Beacon Bits.
Good day, good day.
We now have a pop Welcome to Weird Kids.
Oh God, why did I put another one in my mouth?
For a while. It was really.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
Oh, this? No, I found this on my own.
Letters.
Get him!
Get him! Kill!
Hello. and welcome to the sepulchral Vale at the heart of Thaisha. It's fucked up out here, gang.
It's bad.
I'm going to need initiative from everybody.
I forgot. We all just screamed and did.
And you guys did not take a rest.
Nope.
Great.
Brennan!
Just no.
I don't like the way he asks perfectly cromulent questions.
Okay. I really am going to once again give you guys the version of the speech that I gave at the soldiers' table, which is the world is set up to be the world, and the world is set up to be the world, and this was, we really wanted to do a 100% completion run on the dungeon, and we are about to goddamn do it. So
we have to.
We have to. Matt, what do we get?
18.
18, great. Thaisha?
17.
17. Vaelus?
13.
13. Occtis? 20.
Wait, can Dr. Talter give that +5 to Vaelus?
I don't think it works on initiative.
Shut up! You don't know.
We don't know.
Maybe she just quiet screams and goes, "Go faster!"
Let's go faster.
Incredible. Must go faster.
How did Gaia do? Is she useful in a fight?
We're going down the stairs. Sorry, continue.
Okay, hold on one
Terrible
second.
Jeff Goldblum impersonation. I want to move past it.
Wait, I want to hear it again.
No. This isn't like when we were all doing Jason Statham.
Jason Statham.
Okay, base. Don't come near me on my base.
It sounds like you said, "I'm bees."
Don't come near me. I'm bees.
Jason Statham is made of bees.
I would watch that.
I would actually watch that.
I would watch that immediately.
I like Jason Statham.
Yeah.
He's consistent.
Yeah, he does the same thing every time.
Yeah. You always know what you're gonna get.
Reliable.
But yeah.
We love that in a man.
Honestly,
We do.
reliability or just follow through.
Base.
Both are good.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a good time to remind you I have attuned to the Heartwood ring.
Great.
Cool.
Lovely.
Yeah, everyone check your shit that Brennan gave us so we would die less.
This massive cavern that it appears more naturally formed, right? This is almost like less masonry, more this cavern was like maybe why this site was selected, and then it was like everything else was built out from here. From behind you, you hear and a
Talter?
Talter?
Shut.
I said my voice, it's not me.
Sounded like you.
Beautiful white wings on a skeletal, freakish monstrosity.
Oh.
As a figure moves in from the dark, grabs Gaia's armor, lifts her off the ground, flies her through the air. She goes, ah! And puts its scorpion tail through her chest as blood gushes out of her mouth, taking her to this far ledge right here.
Welp. So maybe that's why you didn't quite say when I was like, what'd she get on initiative? Not higher than that.
That is the creature's turn. Occtis, that is your turn.
Should I remove Gaia from the board?
You can put her prone in front of her.
Matt.
Inconsistent.
Occtis. First of all, how much dark vision do you have?
How much what?
How much dark vision do you have?
None.
Great.
Yeah.
So
None.
just all you hear is massive wings, a screech, and a gurgling shriek from Gaia.
So it is fully dark in here.
Fully dark. Other than the red glow that casts about 10 feet of dim light from every source of light.
Okay.
Golly.
Okay. I don't want that to be my second level spell slot. God damn. I don't want to cast Dark Vision on myself as my second level spell.
No.
Okay. Right. So I don't know what's happening. I cannot see the thing. I think what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna stay where I'll move over to this kind of just putting my hand on the rock here.
Yep.
Because I felt something fly past us, right?
Yeah.
Like the wind went. Okay, something's in here. I understand that that's common knowledge, but I just.
No shit! Oh, really?
Why is everyone so mean to me today?
Thaisha bitter tongue, she's like, I'm being nice. Thank you for saying it, Vaelus.
And then I'm going to dancing lights in a radius around us that is, so that all the 10-foot radius of the spell are touching each other, so it makes the biggest realm possible of light around us.
Cool. Copy that.
So that myself and Julien can see.
I immediately point in the direction, just because, you need a bearing for what happened and where.
Okay. And that's going to be my turn, because that costs an action to do.
Golly.
Dancing lights is not a bonus action.
Bonus action murder?
I can Misty Step.
Thaisha, at the very edge of your dark vision, you see that scorpion tail, that skeletal scorpion tail whipping around. Occtis, that is your turn?
It's gonna be my turn.
Julien?
120 feet.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you have 120 feet?
Yeah.
You see everything.
Yeah.
You see scorpion tail.
Everything.
Yeah.
I will have Pin, because he does technically go. I will make him. He's gonna come over here and just kind of be on this side of the rock.
Gotcha. That is going to be Julien.
All right. Hearing this screech, the sound of someone being dragged off in pitch darkness, be like, this is why we prepared. I'm going to use my bonus action to use the Hair's Charm to initiate the jump spell on myself for the next minute.
Hell yeah.
I'm just going to go ahead and not jump anywhere, but move forward to about here. And using my action, pull out one of the torches that I'd gotten before we entered the Eternal Night.
Perfect.
Light it and throw it.
Oh, good.
To the edge here to get some light on this side of the map.
Yeah.
Hell yes. We'll go ahead and place a little torch beacon there. So it's 20 feet of bright light, 20 feet of dim light. Go ahead and just place this where you want to scatter it on the map, just so we have a point of reference.
Right about there.
Cool.
Maybe about there.
You could probably toss it on that rock, because then it'll cast farther with a little bit of elevation.
Oh, nice.
Would I have known the rock was there?
That's you. Yes, because this has the crystal gleaming out from it, so there's some dim illumination on that boulder.
So yeah,
Got some
probably
green and some red.
Those crystals being red, is that, considering what happened earlier upstairs, am I noticing that those are still active or inactive because of...
That is the effect of you attacking the thing upstairs. Attacking that attacked the entire
system, yeah. Okay.
That'll be my turn.
Hell yeah. Thaisha, that's you.
Great. Well, I was gonna do lay of the land things, but nah. When I went to point to let you know where that happened, I think we just chase it with firebolt, and I'm gonna aim for the back of this thing's head.
Yeah, I think as the light kind of evaporates into space, kind of shut there. There it is!
Yep.
You beat me by
21.
21 is a hit.
For 6 points of fire damage.
You see, you hit its wings and the fire damage. This thing does not seem immune or resistant to fire. Hits the wings and wheels back around. Any movement from you?
Yeah, let's... I can get up. I always feel like don't touch the map.
Yeah, dark vision.
Yeah, I'm
so
gonna slide
useful.
over here. What? That's blood? Is that the blood pool's been there? Or is it that's fresh blood from now?
Give me, I want both a nature and a religion check.
What about the nature and a nurture check?
Nature and a nurture.
The nature check is a natural 20.
Hey!
The nurture check, because I genuinely forgot.
Yeah.
The nerdle check, the religion check is a 4 + 1.
On a nature check, you look down. This thing is profane and sacred. On a nat 20 nature check, this is filled with orcish blood. And what you see before you is, it is filled with orcish blood because this is a stolen holy thing of Osgra's. So, in other words, this is, it's a confusing thing because it's not, you would have one distinct way to feel if they had profaned something of the old path here. This is something that was sacred to Azure, which means it started bad flavors.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's a
Ew.
two bad flavors that taste bad together, right?
Put the peeps in the chili pot. I hate it here.
What you sense from this is an assumption of Tanasar, right? That if he ever died, it would be at Oscar's hand.
Yeah.
So they brought this here a long time ago.
Brought this here a long time ago. But what you can also see on a nat 20, you gotta reward nat 20s. You have to make nat 20s count. You simply have to make them
And it's causing
count.
so much
Brennan, you
pain.
know I roll a natural 20 once every 3 years. Help.
Responsibly.
No, don't listen to him. Don't. He's not. You're not the god of this world. Shush. Don't listen to Oscar.
You gotta make
He's the god of this world.
He doesn't get to be a god in this world too, all right?
Echo from another world.
Oh yeah.
There is a pass without trace spell that made its way through here a long time ago, cast by a druid of the old path. With near the foot of this well, there is a falcon's feather. You clock it on a nat 20 nature check right away. The falcon's feather is from a wild-shaped druid. It is not a natural, but it is a form assumed by a druid that left here, that came here in stealth. And you also see, scattered on the ground, a smoky, candied nut, the type of which was scattered with lovingly all around Thiazi's body at his funeral. A Dol Makyar piece of street food made its way somehow in the months or years prior to this place. At some point in time, this holy thing would have been of no interest to the Taconis, because their use for this was not to gain vengeance on Azure, which is the only. This was here to basically be. This was a bloodhound's go get 'em to an angel that was supposed to be born in this place. Yeah. That is of no interest to the Taconis, and it is of no interest, therefore. But this was of interest to somebody, and you think that somebody knew Thiazi Fang. So, cool turn. Anything else from you?
No, that's it.
Got it. That's a nat 20 where you really needed it.
Really needed it.
But did the natural 20 do damage?
Did it do any damage? No. It's Dame.
I eat a candied pecan.
It's Dame Gaia's turn.
Oh,
Oh.
Get it, girl.
She casts bleed.
She casts bleed. She is going to make her attacks with. Is she gonna? No, she's got to try to escape.
She could make it with advantage because it's
she's not
close
doing it.
quarters combat.
She's not doing.
By the nearby terrain.
She's going to make an opposed athletics to get out of this grapple.
Yike.
It's going to take her action. I'll roll in front of the board for a maximum dramatic effect. The creature gets a +8 for a 23. And Gaia.
Come on, Gaia.
Come
you
on.
can do this.
Come on. Be useful.
Gaia needs a 19 on the die.
Oh my god, that's
It's an 11. That's her action.
Yike.
As she calls out, "My lord, flee! Close the top of the chamber!" And
probably a good idea.
And Vaelus, it's going to be your turn.
goof. Okay. Don't know what that
No, that's
was.
real.
Okay. I'm gonna just sprint towards this celestial.
Hell yeah.
Which I know I won't get to it, but I will take my action to.
Got it.
Let's see. I can't see levels 5, 10. Yeah, I'm gonna just try to get as close as I can.
Great. Here we go. Go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Do you want to continue moving past 30? Do you want to use an action to move?
Yeah, I'll do the rest of my movement to start making my way up there.
Making my way?
Just saying it.
Okay, Vaelus, you make it to the base of the stairs, gazing up at this celestial. Dr. Talter. Fireball. No, she's gonna hit Thaisha, Julien, and Occtis with Bless.
Okay.
You see that she goes, we have found so much knowledge here. Let that knowledge spread, please. And boom, each of the three of you. You know what? She's very scared. Julian, I'm going to retract the bless. She throws that bless on herself. She's fucking scared. Thaisha and Occtis have been really nice to her, and Julian drew a sword on her. She's going. That bless is going straight to the dock.
I genuinely was surprised when you said my name.
Yeah, she's like, she doesn't know she's an NPC. She's like, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
I'm the main character. That's what Thaisha told me.
I feel like getting a bless revoked is like when you're about to sneeze, but then you lose it, and you're like,
oh, what a terrible feeling.
Yeah.
It feels bad now.
Oh no, that's what made it bad?
Yep.
I feel like I took the wrong path.
You see this creature over Gaia as she goes, run! Goes through the front of her face, and she's dead.
Oh.
Tail comes over the top.
Spare the dying.
Gaia is no more.
You gotta lay on hands, right?
I think she's
You were like 1 hit point?
Yeah. I got one.
And this thing turns to see you at the base of the staircase and goes, and just descends, screeching.
So bad.
Down to the bottom of the staircase, and is going to make its attacks against you.
Do we think Dame Gaia had one of those pet cemetery scars on her that make them come back round?
This was.
Sometimes dead is better.
I don't know. Why did I get so?
I don't know.
We didn't take a rest. I have such high hit points. Why did I do this?
I was trying.
I know. Whatever.
I literally
Balls
said,
to the
all you
wall.
gotta do is convince me, and everyone went, no, let's keep going.
Yeah, all you gotta do is convince the most difficult man that's ever existed.
I was like, that's too much work. Let's just keep going.
Fair?
But hey, these choices were made, and that's exciting. I'm going to need an athletics check from Vaelus. I'll let you know the DC you're trying to beat here.
Okay.
I rolled a nat 1. You just have to. It fails automatically. It swipes to grapple. Does not succeed. I mean, roll to see if you get a nat 1. I guess.
Just do a slow.
Yeah.
Oh my god, do you just absolutely stun this thing like?
That was a crazy roll.
That was a really weird roll. Yeah. I
Not a
rolled,
nat 1. It's going to take a
17
It's going to take a regular attack against you. Does a I know that a 12 does not hit your armor class.
No, it
correct?
doesn't.
Okay. I've rolled a 1 and a 4. I just want to let you know how lucky that turn was.
Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up.
Occtis, that's you.
All day.
Okay.
Okay. Thinking he sees him and knowing that having a flash to upstairs and what the ritual was and the mark that was the ownership to House Taconis.
Yeah.
How long has it been since that fight upstairs?
The fight upstairs with the Barrow Guard and attacking the obelisk and everything else. The destruction of the demon statue and the...
Sorry. The fight we were in with the scorpion and...
Oh, how long has it been?
How long has it been since then?
90 minutes. You know, maybe let's actually call it, we'll call it, with all the walking, let's call it 2.5 hours.
Okay, great. So that orb has gone, it only lasts for an hour. So that's what I was checking for, was that blood orb only lasts for an hour.
Gotcha.
So, Occtis is going to look at the thing, now seeing it in the light, realizing what it is and what he was supposed to become, like having all these complicated emotions about that, but does remember it's supposed to be owned by my family.
Yeah.
And I would like to try and use a creative use of a spell.
Yeah.
I want to try and cast cause fear to make this thing obey me.
Okay.
As a member of House Taconis.
Yeah. Cool.
And I will use my unsettling presence ability to give it it gets disadvantage on the saving throw against this.
Okay, it gets disadvantage on the saving throw against this. I'm going to look real quick here. If
it's immune to fear, then
yeah.
Yeah.
It is not.
Okay.
It is not. However, I'm going to say that what you are essentially trying to do here is I'm going to set the boundaries or limits of this spell. We're going to change cause fear because of the cool arcane flavor. Actually, just give me a DC 15 Arcana check as you try to alter the use of the spell.
That is going to be DC 15.
DC 15.
15.
15?
Yes.
Great. So we are going to change cause fear to essentially create the charmed condition as you attempt to compel it in this way, okay?
Okay. So the DC is 14, but it has disadvantage.
And what type of save is this?
This is Wisdom.
Okay. DC 15.
14.
DC 14 has disadvantage. You call out.
So
what is it you say to
I will say, so seeing it, I look at it and so. As a member of House Taconis, I command you to stand down and listen to me!
Not quite a skeleton. Gaunt, the bone is pressing out through degraded, necrotic skin. Your cousin Thaisha looks right at you.
Damn, sorry.
We're in the moment.
I got really excited.
Her eyes are partially sort of, they have like withered and shriveled, but are still twitching these sort of half-empty sacks of fluid.
Thaisha, listen to me. Stand down, we are not your enemy.
I have a very important question. Who has the harvested scorpion tail from up above?
Would be you.
I do. I have it.
I am going to, as she sees that scorpion tail on your person, I'm going to cancel out. I'm going to give her advantage on this roll, and we are going to roll straight in front of the board.
Shit, that was a dumb idea.
She needs
It was her baby.
14.
She needs, so for her, she's going to need an 11 or higher on the die. It is a true coin flip over what happens now. It is a 5.
Oh, yes!
She has the charm condition, which means that she cannot harm you, the charmer, and you have advantage on any like deception or persuasion roll. But essentially here in this moment, you see that whatever was supposed to happen in this ritual, your family has played so far fucking fast and loose. Yeah. This is supposed to work perfectly after Tansul gets killed by Azure for his loyal priest to make a soldier to enact his vengeance. And they haven't used whatever this is. Yeah. They fucked with the obelisk to make it obey them. And so this thing where they said, you realize, they said Thaisha, that letter said Thaisha, her innate connection to the tenebral reaches spoiled the ritual. Yeah. And you can see here essentially that it was actually her own innate necromantic sorcery that would have been no problem if they were doing the ritual the right way, but fucked it because they were trying to do this altered version. And she looks at you, the one member of her family without any innate sorceress ability.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
And she screams, seeing the scorpion tail on you, and is going to continue fighting, but is scared and hates you, but also you are part of the house and have commanded her. So she's in this weird state.
Got it.
You have her under the charmed condition.
Great.
Cool.
So then let me go ahead and use my movement to just kind of get over here.
Cool.
A little bit, and I'll have Pin follow me.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Pin.
there's actual dirt here. I was like, the map moved. And that will be my turn.
Hell yeah. Julien, that's you.
All right. Seeing it briefly distracted by its blood, I don't even know what either of you have in you anymore.
You want blood?
You want lady right there. I'm going to use that moment to go ahead and dart alongside the torch, move 10 feet up, and then use 10 feet of movement to do the jump.
Hell yeah.
To land on the opposite side of it, so I'm
Oh,
flanking it
let's go.
above the
Oh, yeah,
stairs
let's go.
between.
Cool. Let's
on the other
go.
side of you, Vaelus, kind of like,
Fuck yeah.
run, jump in the air, blade out, clawed, armored hand in the other. It's like come down for a full strike. I'm going to try and use my Daredevil feature, Daring Strike.
Hell yeah.
Which is I can risk my well-being to empower it.
Hell yeah.
I can make an attack roll, and if I make it, I can expend a second wind feature to add D10 to the damage.
Hell
if
yeah.
I fail on the attack, next attack hits me has advantage.
Gotcha.
So,
Let's also fly in those desperate measures that may become relevant very shortly.
oh, I got him.
You got him right here.
What are you
Great.
talking about?
Oh yeah.
I listen to what you say.
I'd say he's pretty fucking desperate. All right, Elliot, go ahead and attack with advantage.
As I yell at you and realize I put it somewhere else.
I know, me too. It's okay, we can
We got
share.
it, we're fine.
15.
15 does not hit.
Dang it. Don't you wish you had blood?
Even with advantage.
Even with advantage.
Damn it.
As this thing whips back, as you go up to whip around, you have this reckless attack bounding through the air, and its wing just buffets back your rapier as it goes towards it, some preternatural sense helping it fight effectively someone behind and in front of it.
So that's the action on that part. As I get buffeted back, I'm going to go ahead and like push off the ground with my rapier hand, and using that momentum, bring the claw into a heavy backhand across like its shoulders and the back of its neck with my bonus action attack with my demigauntlet.
There you go.
There we go. That's going to be a 21 to hit.
That is a hit.
All right. So for the bonus action hit, it's only going to be 5 points of bludgeoning damage to it.
Gotcha.
Not a great turn.
You whack into this thing, and it is like punching a stone wall. You feel just it absorb the blow. This creature, that is Julian's turn. Thaisha, that's going to be you.
Great. I'm looking up at that ballista.
That is a ballista.
Does it look like it's got? Does it look like it's got weapies? Like little
yes, these
bolts?
seem to be installed by House Taconis here. You recognize them from the bridge back up before.
House Taconis does two things: dead ballistas.
Yes.
Great.
But and you see them like aiming at the sepulchral veil. What they're doing is already so profane. They're like, these experiments tend not to work. Point the fucking.
Cool.
Oh.
Heard, Chef.
Hell yeah, go.
Yeah. I know what I'm going for. Can I get there? Can I get up to the ballista in a move and dash?
Yes, you can. I believe you can. So we'll go here.
Sweet. So
5,
30 of movement.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
And then I'll use my bonus action, adrenaline rush. So I still, and it gives me 2
still have an
HP.
action.
So I still have an action. We shooting this?
Yeah.
I would like to shoot the bad lady with the ballista, please.
This thing is pre-loaded, but normally it will take another person with an action to load it.
Heard.
Right?
Pin!
Just with its huge ballista bolt in its teeth, just like.
Hell yeah.
He's a little guy. He can do anything.
Go ahead and give me a go ahead and give me a ranged attack roll.
Do you say anything as you're about to load this?
Hey, I found a ballista. It's already loaded. Duck maybe.
I think Julien is like, after the backhand is like, I think we're. Shit! Like, jump into a duck roll.
I think she just casts just enough light to be like, look at me, look what I'm about to do.
Do you have martial weapon proficiency?
Obviously not, Brennan.
So there's gonna be a dexterity check essentially.
Come on, do it.
I can do anything.
Natty 20.
I believe in myself. I got a natural 1.
I'm gonna need, and I am very sorry. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be nice about it, but I am gonna need a DC 10 dexterity saving throw from Julien.
Should I do it too?
That's the funniest way that could go. I'm so sorry.
What did you get? I haven't looked at it yet. What is it?
It's 17. It's a 17.
17. Julien,
Oh
you already narrated this moment. You hit the deck as this thing would have gone right through your fucking rib cage. Shoom! Those things do 3d10 damage.
What are you doing?
It pulls a little to the left. My bad.
If I had a nickel.
Incredible. Okay, Thaisha, you are up there. Vaelus, it's going to be you.
Okay.
It's so cool. It's such a cool move. It's such a cool move.
It's such a cool move. It could go from a natural 20 to a natural 1.
Absolutely.
All right. I'm going to look up at Tersha. Vow of enmity.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
What does it look like?
We can look like something?
Huh? Yeah, man.
Or like, yeah, what is it? When you give your vow of enmity, does it visibly or audibly magical? Do we hear any magic happening in this moment, or are you just like your ass?
I think it's just like your ass.
Yeah.
I think every time when Vaelus fights, you know, there's a dark. Her eyes just go dark, and sort of all of the magic. It looks very. It's like that dark energy. It feels like it's vibrating.
Cool.
Yeah, it's angry. Okay.
Love it.
Advantage.
Advantage.
Okay.
Let's go.
As a reminder,
Let's
also,
go.
who has not leveled up? These two. Great.
That's the two of us.
Ladies' night.
Oh! There's 20!
That's
20!
Numbers that exist.
Let's go. See,
All right.
you got any spell slots left?
Okay.
Stop.
So many.
Stop.
Yeah.
She has so many.
Yes.
Yeah, so many. Huh?
Yeah,
So
Vaelus,
you
you
put
have
a smite into this.
Yeah, smite into
yes,
crit
yeah.
is the
It's the best thing in the world.
I have spell slots left for sure.
Great.
Okay.
Just one shot this thing.
It's gonna be a bonus action, divine smite.
Okay. Sorry, my head is trying to figure out everything. Okay, so I get a D10.
Let's go.
I'm trying to pick my D10 properly. Where are you?
It's your birthday. Not for real. Just for play.
This one. All right. So
This is also an undead creature, so you will actually be adding 3d8. So this is 1d10. Sorry. 2d10 plus 6d8.
Correct.
Plus 2d6 for fire.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you
I
want-
might need you to.
Do you want a
walk me
big?
through
Do you want a
this
big handful of dice?
Yeah, you want
need-
some?
Well, I have some. I'm
Okay,
just
okay.
gonna go through. So with the sensor whip, that's 9 points of damage.
And you rolled 2d10 plus.
I rolled 1d10. So let me roll another one.
Yeah.
If you do this one,
That's
at a
another
time,
5.
We'll be here.
So that's
forever.
was that 6 and 5?
So 10. So it's 14 total.
14 total.
So I rolled 2 5s and then a +4.
With the base damage of the whip.
14 damage, just with the sensor whip itself.
Yeah. 2d6 for the flame.
So 2d6 for the flame for the embers of Arask.
Arask, yeah.
Okay.
Our ass?
Your ass.
Great. That's 9 points of damage, fire damage.
Amazing.
And now fucking divine smite.
So this will be 6d8.
6?
Because it's 2d8 for the
Because it's-
spell, it's undead, so that's another 1, and you double all of them to 6.
Let's go.
How many do I have?
Do you need more?
I have
Yeah,
6.
2d10 plus 2d6
Total.
plus 6d8.
So 1s or 3s. So
You can re-roll, right?
Okay, so I re-roll
No, it just
them.
becomes a
They
three.
become
It just
3s.
becomes
Oh, they just become
1s and
24.
2s or 3s. So we're gonna keep those over there. Okay, so we've got.
That's a 1.
That's a 1. Okay, that kind of looks like a 7. Okay, but it's not.
It's not.
Just thought I would say
Could
a
be.
7. Okay, so there's
Should lie.
1, 8. So we got 8 plus 6, which is 14.
15, 16, 17.
Thank you. And then these would all be 3.
Yeah.
So
18, 19,
so
20,
that's 9 extra points
21,
of
22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
26 divine
Plus
smite.
the original 23.
Jesus.
Sweet.
Yeah.
49 points of
49.
damage on one attack.
Ooh!
And that is.
I like when you have enmity.
Me too.
So that
Thanks,
is
guys.
taking into account this being a crit.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm like, we didn't just do 80 points of damage.
No.
Unbelievable.
Sexy kinda.
Vaelus.
Level 3.
Flame, light. As you connect your divine smite, vow of enmity, What is it? Because I think we've seen you Divine Smite before, but this is you fighting a literal profane creature. What sense of conviction fills your body as you're attacking this thing, as you call on this magic?
Ooh, okay. Hatred.
I love it.
Anger and just Vaelus's anger, and when she starts to fight, it's ugly, and it's scary and dark.
This thing is a group of humans who betrayed their oath to their god and sacrificed one of their daughters to make a monster. Everything about this is profane.
I hate her, but I also want to free her.
Yes. Boom! This thing takes a mighty blow. I would not describe it as bloodied.
Oh no! Is it, and that's just because maybe it doesn't have blood?
Just got started. That's okay. That's okay.
Maybe it's because it doesn't have
Roll
blood.
full hit points.
It's still level.
You can use that moment to like.
Good.
All right,
back here.
we got you.
Yeah,
Go over there, shooting your allies with ballista over there.
Yeah.
You ducked. I'm proud of you.
I think it's time to level up.
Okay.
Like a level
That feels like a level up moment.
Let's go.
Okay. What decision are you making? What are you taking at 4th level? What is your feat or ASI that you're taking?
Okay. I'm gonna take a level in Bard.
For a second, I was like, what?
Okay.
Don't do it. Don't level up.
Undo.
I think I'm gonna do. Skill expert.
Fun.
Hell yeah.
Be good in everything, because you're 800 years old.
Might as well.
Yeah, man. There's so much time for Potter.
Ability spread.
Yeah.
Get Amory there.
Where you want?
I think Amory is rushing up the stairs.
You were doing skill.
To help you out.
Oh, bless her heart.
Really good.
She's only gonna get here, I think.
Yeah. Some little legs.
Little legs.
Oh
little
yeah,
nubs,
she
little
hustling.
Vaelus, as you level up as well.
That brings up my.
Yeah.
As you level up as well, Amory rushing through the dark after Thaisha, little stubby halfling legs, looks up at you and sees this mighty blow and your connection to the divine, and goes.
She's like vibrating.
She looks up and says, "All philosophies are some reflection or facet of the deeper truth." And healing.
What do we say?
And healing word heals you for 3 hit points.
Ooh, great! I'll take it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Great.
What a cutie.
Okay. And Vaelus, you go ahead and level up. We're gonna move back to the top.
Great. Let's go, Julien. Great.
I am at the top.
Well, you're not?
20.
No. It's at the top.
Oh no! It gets a turn? Is that in the 2024 rule?
This monster gets a turn every round? Is that 2024?
That's crazy.
The monster goes every round in 2024. Monster goes.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Literally unplayable.
Hell yes. I am going to unfortunately need Vaelus. I know you're in the middle of leveling up, but it is Tersha's turn.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm going to need another athletics check from you. This time the DC is 24.
Golly.
Shit.
It's okay. You're athletic as shit.
Yeah.
You're a skill expert now,
I'm
right?
okay.
And athletics.
Yeah, I was like, oh, it's going in athletics. How funny.
Weird.
What a crazy random happenstance.
Well, it kind of did because you upped your strength.
Oh, it did. Okay.
Yeah.
It didn't make it though.
No.
16.
16.
I needed to make a 24 or above.
You did make a 24.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
Less.
This.
Can I guide myself? It's fine. Don't worry about it. That's not even gonna help. That's 20.
This thing grabs you with one claw and grapples you, and is going to do the same trick it did with Gaia. Flies to the top of this up here.
That was the craziest sound I've ever heard.
Flies to the top there.
Do I get an
And
opportunity attack on it?
you do.
Let's go.
Saying, ain't gonna say no to that.
Come on, man.
With advantage because of the flanking maneuver as it moved away.
Oh, thank goodness. Come on, natural 20.
Oh, no, that's still gonna be an 11.
You whip out, trying to fight this massive monstrosity in the dark. It flies Vaelus to the top and is going to take 2 attacks on you.
Okay. Shit,
I
guys.
cannot believe how bad I'm rolling for this monster. This thing should be, you should all be dead by now.
Okay,
it's really
I like
crazy. That's a 2 on the die. That's a miss. Okay. 21 hit Vaelus.
That'll hit.
Yep.
Okay.
That'll hit.
Its massive scorpion tail wheels around.
Dark vision game? Non-dark vision game? Can you see where she went?
No.
Vaelus, you take, that is going to be 8, 6, that's 14. You take 18 points of piercing damage.
Is it halved for any reason?
She's fine.
Are you so scared? Are you good? Do you want to
And-
borrow this sheet of paper? Maybe. Quick?
Absolutely not at this point.
And 18 necrotic damage.
No! Okay, all right. So hold on. Let me add what I rolled. I rolled 5. I'm out for sure.
If you knock her out as she levels up, you gotta go home and
Gotta be
think
done.
about that.
I believe you have resistance to necrotic damage, however, so that would be
Only
9.
9.
So that would be 9.
Okay, so let's see here. So manage HP. Let me put my my rolled.
Which is
If I cast Cure
I rolled
Wounds
5.
in one of the ballista and shoot her with the ballista, does that count as a touch spell?
What was it? It was 5 plus your Constitution bonus, which was going to be
3.
3. So it's gonna up you from. The hell was your other HP?
I should be able to stab the blood back into a body.
It's like the healing arrow, the classic.
What if I dunk it in orc blood?
Got it. Okay, so then I would have 9 points right
Yes.
now. You said 18.
Halved to 9.
Halved to 9. So I'm
exactly at
I'm
0.
exactly 0.
Exactly.
Golly!
You go to exactly 0 HP.
So that's only if I choose it.
Yes.
That's only if you choose it.
A desperate measure.
A desperate measure.
But I would have had to have said that before. So
Yes.
it can't be. Okay, got it. All right. I'm just gonna take a quick nap, guys. Just a quick
I like the way you
little
said that.
nap.
You see, yes,
The news is you were one of the healers. So
Yeah. That's the good
there
news.
you go.
We're good.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. I can heal. You guys, it's fine. Just get this thing. I'll be fine.
Occtis.
Two
That
of
is-
them can't see this thing anymore.
Occtis, that is your turn.
Okay. About how high up is that? Just for my own knowledge.
But how high up is it? We can go ahead and measure that right now. From where you are, this thing is exactly. This is about 70 feet away from you.
70 feet away from. Okay, that's fine.
But straight up
Straight
and
up,
down, straight up in the air, only about 45, about 40, 45 feet
Okay,
up.
great. So Occtis is going to move this way. He's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 4, 30, 30. It'll be here. And then I guess I will use my... God, I don't want to use my action to get up there. I was trying to help you reload the ballista.
That's what Dr.
Oh, did?
Halter's on her way.
Oh, yeah, she will get there before your turn?
After your
I can run and grab her.
Yeah. Okay. So I think... Because that was pretty much what I... Okay, yeah.
Again, Pin can do this.
Pin can do this.
Pin, grab a bolt. Go dip it in orc blood before. And then bring it to me.
Save that second level.
Just a little extra juice.
Yeah. A little extra something.
A little something. A little spice.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So, 60. So, from there. Sorry, I'm looking at ranges of spells. Make sure I can hit someone. From where I am now on that, is that how far am I away?
Yes, you're about the same distance away.
So it'd be like, you said like...
You are, about 60 feet away.
60 feet away? Okay, 60 feet is fine. That's like the maximum range of a bunch of my spells.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead.
And Julien, you're on deck.
Yes. Running up to there, because the torchlight is over there, I saw Vaelus leave.
Yeah.
Now, can I see it up there?
Give me a perception check.
Okay. No, I won't, and I didn't.
Great. Yeah, this thing is a nasty monster, and it flies Vaelus off into the dark to kill her.
So then, knowing I can't see it anymore, I will use my action to then just continue up here. So 5, 10, 15.
You can grab Dr. Talter as well on your way up. Just
with my normal man strength.
Yeah.
You're
Great.
5'11".
Yeah, we'll get to about here.
Great.
There. And I will. No, that was my action, so I'm done. That's my turn.
Great. Julien, that's you.
All right. Seeing it grab Vaelus and vanish into the dark in that direction. Can't remember things. Fuck. Can I, as my action, take and light a torch and throw it to the base, like the in-between area of that tower over there?
Yep.
I'm gonna try and sheath the blade real fast, pull it out, and lob it over that direction there.
Hell yeah. It lands on the base, and that it puts it right in. That's only 20 feet away, so this is all dim light up here.
Okay.
I just want to point out, Pin moved up there with me, and is using its action to give the help action to Thaisha in shooting.
In what is to come, yes.
Gotcha.
The way he said it is great.
As soon as it lands and I can see it, I'm like, there you are, you bastard. I'm gonna use 10 feet of my movement to try and jump 30 feet onto the edge of this wall.
Hell yes.
See how far I can get.
Let's see what the distance is. Here we go. So you're gonna go 5, 10. 30 is just under the lip, so I will need acrobatics or athletics.
Little Julie Fufu is absolutely crushing it right now.
Really hopping through the forest.
That's gonna be 18 acrobatics.
Julien, you 10 feet, bam, grab the top of the ledge with your hand.
Let's go.
Get up the top, and then going up to the ballista, gathering it there. Is it loaded?
It is loaded.
Yeah!
Go.
I'm gonna action surge and fire this in the... Glance over and hold it. I see it. Let's take down a second Tacona, so why aren't we? Try and fire at it.
Go ahead, give me, and this you will roll with proficiency, so it's like firing a ranged weapon for you.
All right.
I'm like, come on.
You didn't
With
hear that.
proficiency, you
don't
said?
have dark hearing.
So you, dex and proficiency, like firing a short.
That's gonna be a 21 to hit.
21 hits!
Let's go!
Go ahead and 3d10 and add your dex modifier.
Let's go, dog.
Alrighty. 8. Ooh, 15. And a 10. 25 plus 4, so 29 points of damage.
9 points of fucking damage. Julien, I would now describe this monster as blood.
Oh my God!
Let's go. You see this thing looking down at Vaelus. Looks down, Vaelus, as you feel yourself making death saves, it gets its face close to you, and you see it as your vestments show a symbol of Salandry on your body. You see it goes, and seems to be conflicted as to whether to bow or snarl at the symbol of Salandry on your body. As in this moment of confusion, in Tersha's gaunt skeletal torso, a massive growth of a ballista bolt thuds at, and she now is basically fighting with a 2.5-foot arrow jutting out of the back and front of her chest.
That's how you do it.
Unbelievable.
Got it.
As it impacts, Julien kind of takes the last bit of time and be like, hey, come here, you want vengeance? I'm waiting.
I just want to yell from his side, I know you couldn't see it, but that was cool as hell. Get dark vision.
Julien, that is your turn.
It is.
Thaisha, you can act, but none of the people can help you load the ballista right now. You can delay your turn because it's only one monster you're fighting, so you all kind of go in a heap anyway, but you would have to delay until after Vaelus, which means that she would make a death save.
Golly. She's fine. She's so good at rolling everything. Yeah. I feel like she's an expert at all skills, including don't die yet. Yeah. I'll delay my action.
Okay, Vaelus, I need a death saving throw.
Get a natural 20.
All right. Wait, what do I need to roll?
D20. You're gonna roll a D20.
Well, I mean, what do I need to get?
Oh, 10 or higher.
10 or higher.
Just get a natural 20.
I can do a 10 or higher.
Yeah, you can do it.
Just get a natural 20 and then you're back up.
And then I'm back up?
And then you're back up with full hit points.
With 1 hit point, but sure.
I think we both said the same thing.
7?
As a death save failure, you fall into unconsciousness. And I believe. We're doing it.
No.
Okay.
I'm sweating now.
I believe there are certain. Someone hand me the sheet real quick too. I want to see. There are some powers associated with while you are dying as well, that require you. So you no longer can see others. However, during your turn while dying, you can give inspiration on your turn and initiative to another character.
Great.
Within line of sight of you. Is there another PC that you would like to give inspiration to?
Yes. Thaisha.
Cool.
Thaisha.
Looking down at Thaisha, Vaelus, how do you connect to Thaisha in this moment as your soul, as you begin to die, and your soul connects to hers?
I think in this moment, I'm just sort of looking up and looking around, and I think being so close to death and remembering the moment that we shared about Iyengar and my sister. And there is a part of me that is kind of at peace a little bit if this does come. But I'm looking down and seeing Occtis and Thaisha and Julien, and I can't leave yet. I gotta try. I want to stay and help. So I just sort of look over at Thaisha and just try to make contact so she can see me and see that I'm down.
She can see that I'm down.
I'm down.
Did you see?
Doctor, as you connect to her in that moment, Dr. Talter lifts up. It takes a lot for her to lift one arrow up. She gets it up there. She looks to you and looks down at Pin and goes. She just whispers to you, knowing that you speak a little bit of Celestial, and just goes, "If this continues to go this badly, Demon Guardians." And says, I presume they're guarding from something like this.
Get nipple baby.
And then immediately Occtis has a minor internal panic attack going, I don't know how to wake him up. It's just like...
Forgot something that would have been helpful. I remember that.
Thaisha, that is going to be your turn.
Cool. Inspiration, is that just, what is that mechanically?
For 2024.
Inspiration is a reroll.
Okay, cool.
I think you automatically roll 20.
Yeah.
I think that's what I heard.
Yeah.
And is Pin giving me the help action?
Pin is giving you the help action.
So we're already rolling with.
In clarification, as a human, I got heroic inspiration every morning.
Yeah.
Do I still get that?
No.
Okay, I just wanted, because it doesn't specifically say, so I just wanted to double check. That's fine, I haven't taken it or used it. I just wanted to make sure that...
Oh, yeah.
Sweet. Dirty 20 to hit.
Dirty 20 hits.
Woo! Yes! It took everything on every die. Good God.
3d10 plus your dex mod.
Let's go.
What's my dex mod? +1. That could have been better. 13 points.
13 points of damage. This thing shrieks again. And any bonus action from you?
Golly. It's not within 10 feet. Fuck. Yes. I'm going to cast Find Familiar. Are there stairs to get up this thing?
Onto the roof of this?
Yeah.
I don't see any.
Not any way that we can see.
Okay.
No stairs?
A stair to get onto the roof of it?
Yeah.
Not that I can see, no.
Okay. Then we do this the old-fashioned way. I don't think I've ever cast Find Familiar not as Hala.
Yeah.
But I'm going to bend and break it so it's the snake that I turned into when I was stalking Tyranny's sisters.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to send it on a little trip to try to sneak up through the dark.
Yeah.
to try to get to Vaelus.
Where can you create that within range?
10 feet. So off the side. Yeah, I'll just slide over here, drop a snake onto the ground, and be like, go.
Do you want to use? You could use your movement, leaving the ballista, to get closer.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Cool. So you go.
I want to go over to the edge,
10.
cast this snake onto the ground.
Great. And then and then how much movement does it have?
Oh my god.
You look that up as we move on in initiative.
Incredibly rapid.
You're gonna be fine or dead by the time this happens.
Yes.
One
or the other.
30 feet.
30 feet. 30 feet. This thing is going to charge. So it has 30 feet of movement. It can take a movement and a dash, right?
Yeah.
And with a climb speed, it's going to get.
Ooh, I like that it bends.
Very snaky.
Yeah.
Your serpent ends right under the lip. Up ahead.
Tight.
Cool.
I'm like, hold, pretend to be a gargoyle. Touch it in a second.
Okay. This creature's turn. Boom. Flags.
Shit.
Here we go. Okay.
Now, it's been since my last turn, so it does not get advantage on its strike against me.
It does not get it.
Correct.
Ooh.
It does not. Okay.
It's only on
yes.
until the top of my next turn.
Does I know an 11 does not hit.
11 does not hit.
Some truly garbage rolls over here. Does a 17 hit?
17 does hit.
Okay. Julien, with one of its claws,
don't.
It slashes you for 11 slashing.
Alrighty.
This is the one that is very likely to drop you if it hits.
All right.
For dramatic effect, I will roll this in front of the board.
Please.
What's your armor class, Julien?
17. 16, sorry.
16. 8 or higher.
Don't.
11.
I was almost a 4.
Almost a 4.
That's fine.
You take.
Stop being on roofs. I'm about to huck this snake over and be like, I got.
That is going to be.
Let's see.
18.
Me too.
32.
But it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
34 points of damage.
Cool. You know we're level 3 and 4, right?
I do know that.
Cool. Well, I'm unconscious.
As this thing thuds down, you drop to making death saves in this moment.
Indeed.
You watch as this creature here hovers over you, using its attacks. It howls out into the night. Occtis, that is going to be you. Your 2 warriors are fallen. Both are making death saves. You still have this creature charmed.
Yeah.
Is this it charmed?
Well, it doesn't. It has not gone for me.
Okay.
Okay. Where would I need to be, or is there any kind of what is? I need to be. I'm trying to be within 60 feet of this thing.
Yep.
Is there a place on the board I could be within 60 feet of this thing, feasibly?
Can you get to the middle of the air? Oh my god, I swear to god, if he tells you to get on anywhere near that veil, I'm gonna backhand both of you.
I need to be around here.
Yep.
If you just stand right at the center.
Yeah, if you just stand in that little.
So if I can get to standing on this here.
Yes.
Okay. So Occtis is going to run down and be on this stone pillar there.
Yeah.
He's going to, looking up at the thing, it is still within the 20 feet of torchlight, I believe. Yeah. And he yells out, I said to stand down! And he's going to pull from the inside of his coat a branching twig, throw it, have it land in the feathers, and cast Witch Bolt up at it.
Hell yeah.
Doing 2d12 lightning damage.
Cool.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and roll this lightning damage. I am also going to allow you to make an intimidate roll, which will be with advantage because this creature is charmed. Yeah. You will add. The DC is going to be 30, but you're going to add the Witch Bolt damage to this check.
Okay, so we'll do the Witch Bolt first. Okay.
That is a 18 to hit.
18 hits its armor class.
Okay, great. All right.
Nope. We're checking.
We're good.
Okay.
Okay. Ooh. Good. Okay, so that is 17 points of lightning damage.
Amazing.
Wow.
And then we'll make the intimidation check. You said
all you
with
need.
advantage.
With advantage.
That is a 16 intimidation check.
16.
That's 32.
32 with the damage from Witch Bolt. This thing hunkers down, covered in lightning.
And that arcing continues to stay as almost like a leash as I'm pulling at this thing to get it away from Julien.
On a 32, this thing is going to spend I'll let you know the mechanical effect of this. It will not make attacks on its next round, but it is still very much in combat.
Yes.
It's going like movement. It is angry you killed the scorpion. It's a freaky ass monster, but it is compelled by your voice to not make attacks on this following round. It is looking badly injured. Occtis, that is your turn. Is that your turn concluded?
Yes, the lights around me do go out. The dancing lights blink out of existence.
You see that Talter looks as Julien goes down and goes, the demons? The demons?
Yeah, okay. Sure.
You want the demons? I don't feel great about the demons, but I understand that
you're right there.
At the time. Yeah, just
Julien.
There it is.
We are going to go back to back into Julien and Vaelus. Vaelus with a death save failure. I just need to set expectations for this.
Yes.
This was always a horrifying encounter, and you guys entered into it without a short rest.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
This was no one's fault but ours.
This is what some people might say was dumb.
No.
What? Yeah. In character.
Dumb.
But I want to set the expectations for us that it is possible for Ashley to roll a natural 1 on her turn, which
I don't
would be
think anyone could do that on
Well,
that save.
which
Also,
is, yes,
something I realized.
Yes.
I didn't roll a 5 for hit points. I rolled 10.
You rolled a 10. Did you not add your con modifier to it?
So
or
no, I did,
Oh,
but
you rolled it-
I
but we rolled it before, right?
When we rolled it before, I rolled a 10, not a 5.
A
So I
number of
actually,
days ago.
so I actually would
have had 5 hit points left.
Yes,
Copy that.
but
because I'm going to rule. Normally, I would say it's in the past. We moved on in combat. However, leveling up, you didn't get the advantage of. You didn't get any of your level up advantages on your turn. You initiated your smite all with powers you already had access to. So I'm going to say that you could level up here in your dying turn, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And so in other words, it wouldn't have done enough damage to kill you outright. Nothing by rules as written. In other words, nothing by rules as written has been contradicted by you just saying, I would like to level up on my turn as I make death saving throws. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, copy that. That feels completely above board and even to me.
Yeah.
Cool?
Yeah, I like that.
Great. In that case, Julien, I need a death saving throw from you.
Let's go.
Cocked.
17?
That is a success. With a success, Julien, you can choose to auto-stabilize right now, or dying on your turn, you can give inspiration to another PC on the battlefield.
This is as part of the...
As part of desperate measures, yes.
I ain't gonna auto-stabilize. I'm gonna give inspiration.
I will tell you, I am going to still ask, just in order to keep everything above board, because we moved forward in combat thinking that you had dropped and were dying.
Yes.
I am going to ask Ashley for a death saving throw.
That's fine.
Prior to her leveling.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then I give you... I don't know if the inspiration that would be granted would help with your death saving throw at all by any means.
It would. I think inspiration can be rolled. A death saving throw is still a saving throw. You can re-roll. You can re-roll a death save.
So let's give you a better chance to
So
not.
I think like as this terrifying Mulligan entity is like still over top of me as I'm like slipping into unconsciousness and kind of barely coming in and out, my gauntlet glove kind of clutching onto its bleeding midsection. I kind of glance across the way with a little bit of you kind of crawling on the opposite rooftop and just go like, let's finish this. That's my turn.
Go ahead and give me a death save. So if we're going to roll just a straight d20, this is your death save.
6.
6 is a failure, but not a 1. That was the one we were looking for.
Yeah. Okay.
2 failures. You can choose to level up in this moment, in which case you will gain 5 hit points.
We love to see it.
Yes.
You begin your turn with 5 hit points and are no longer dying.
Great.
What does it feel like to get up in this moment?
Okay, so... Oh my god.
Stranded on the roof.
Yeah, I just get up and realize I'm on the roof. Sort of... what the fuck?
And you can see a huge arcing lightning bolt that is streaking across and wrapping around this angel coming out of Occtis' hands.
Okay. Can I do anything, or that's...
Yes, no. You have to use half your movement to stand up from prone.
Okay. Oh boy, how do I get over there? All right. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna lay on some hands on myself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
How much do you have left?
Let's see.
4. 1. Or no, 1. Only
Or,
1
well, I
point.
guess
Well, does it go
I
up with the level up?
You have 1. So in that case, you might like is that 1 might also be the thing that could save Julian's life potentially. But
How about this?
Yeah, let me
you
wait.
see a little snake face. Just.
Oh yeah.
Hello. He'll come in a second.
there's also a universe, just to give you more options, there's also a universe where you ready an action if this angel flies back in your direction.
Great. Yeah. I just have my sensor prepared for that moment to happen.
Cool.
And sort of out of the side of my eye, seeing this little snake.
It just looks a little tongue at you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay.
Oof.
Vaelus, that's you. Dr. Talter loads the ballista one last time. And is going to give, that's an object interaction to do that. And she's going to give the help action to Thaisha and just run a beeline out of here. She just leaves the board, rushing for the demons as fast as she can. We require assistance! Serve your purpose! What we presume to have been your purpose! Great. And then, that is going to be, Vaelus, that was your turn. We are going to go back to Thaisha, that's you.
Cool. I would love to go fire this ballista. However, we spent money for a snake and we have to use the snake.
Mm-hmm.
From where I stand, I reach forward and I cast Cure Wounds into the air in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And the snake's little eyes light up as it slithers over to you and is going to deliver the touch spell on my behalf.
I'll just put my hand down so it can sort of slither up.
Yeah.
Sweet. And you're going to take 17 points.
Hell yes! Oh, thank you.
Awesome.
And then it's gonna push past you for the rest, because that's all I can do on my turn. It's gonna, and that was just its reaction, so 60 more feet of movement. I guess it's headed to the other fucking roof now.
I wonder if I can chuck it.
Yeah, you wanna throw this snake so we got 15 hit points. Toss it gently.
Your serpent gets to the base of the other tower.
Yeah, sweet.
Just whipping over the battlefield.
You're doing great, sweetie.
It is Tersha's turn. She is going to, bound by the witch bolt and cannot leave this tether, shrieking at you, knowing that you mean her harm or something, but she also can't disobey you. She wants to finish Julien off so badly. Instead, grabs the ballista, hurls it off the roof.
Has a tantrum.
Absolutely not.
And flies, and he's going to fly here, right near Thaisha, and that's and she is preparing to destroy the second ballista. I will say, in a direct line from one tower to the other.
Might have gotten in your range of attack of opportunity.
She leaves your threatened range. With a reach weapon, you have the ability to use your readied action on her.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yes. All right. Advantage because Vow of Enmity is still on her. Okay. That would be. Hold on. What's my? Okay, great. 21.
21 hits.
Great. Okay. So we've got
1d10.
Her ass.
All right, so that's 11 points of damage with the sensor.
11 points of bludgeoning.
D6 fire.
Plus D6 fire, which is 4 points of damage, 4 points of fire, and then Divine Smite.
Hell yeah.
Put a smite
Put
on
your
it.
this will be 3d8.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so we've got 16 points of damage.
Ashley Johnston, how do you want to do this?
Okay. All right. So as I'm sort of getting after snaky time, I sort of look up, see her flying across, and I just whip out the sensor around her neck, and then I want to just yank so that I just want to crack her neck.
Gwen Stacy her.
Yeah, Gwen Stacy her. Yeah.
And you see the lightning from Occtis' tether around her chest, your flaming sensor around her neck. She flies, and under the power of her own wings, each of you pull at the same moment and decapitate her as her bones and wings scatter directly into the stairs beneath Thaisha. Boom! As she falls to her death. You have freed her from this abominable state.
So the body lands right at the base there.
Yes.
Most of it.
Well, where specifically does the head go?
Head clatters to the ground beneath.
Occtis is going to go down, head down towards her in this minute and kind of just look at this body and what his future was possibly going to be. And in this state, considering this is not a human being or a mortal anymore, is the head still conscious?
Consciousness is fading rapidly from this.
Occtis bends down, grabs the head, looks at it, and says to it,
"Find who you were on the other side."
As the body is broken, and specifically as the head is separated from the wings, dying here, Thaisha looks back. The sort of ridge of bones retreating back into her skull. A few little wisps of what used to be that sort of platinum white hair. She looks up at you. Did I do a good job? And
no.
You look down, Occtis, at your cousin and realize that you are both failed experiments.
Occtis is going to open up his side satchel sort of pack, pull out the clothing that he took from Castle Klippenblick, and wrap the head in the shirt.
Yeah.
And put it in his bag.
You take that with you. The body destroyed. Julien, I'm gonna need a death saving throw from you.
Snake, in the intervening time, was making its way up.
14.
14, 2 successes. Right. On your turn, Thaisha, the snake makes it up to the top, and you can go ahead and cast Cure Wounds.
Occtis is going to use a second level spell
Yeah,
on a spider climb to start going up to help Vaelus get down.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. You guys watch as Occtis begins to...
Hey. Are you okay?
18 points of healing.
18.
Are you okay?
Julien, you come to...
There's a snake. just staring me dead in the eyes.
Checks out.
You smell rich moss and living life around you as you come to. We exit initiative.
Okay.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. They didn't hurt me.
No hurts?
No.
nothing?
I mean, other than like the other parts of me that are bleeding from earlier, it's fine.
Okay.
We need to get you down from here.
Okay.
Here. And he sort of like, look, this might be a little embarrassing. Get on my back.
Okay.
And just gives a piggyback ride to then rappel down the side of the building a la Spider-Man.
Great. We land.
While you're doing that, you just hear Thaisha screaming across, Julien, bring my snake!
Julien sits up, and you see a snake just go, just flung through the air.
Okay, my ballista's still loaded, yeah?
Yes, correct, it is.
I shoot the wall as he starts to come down.
Julien just sits at the edge and goes, "Is it dead?"
It's dead.
Good. He throws back his cloak and puts a second notch.
Oh my god, he's gonna go wake up the demons. Or she's gonna go wake up the demons.
So you put a notch on your belt?
Yeah. Second notch.
Yeah, as you guys leave initiative, Dr. Tulcher has run up the stairs.
Tulcher, come back!
You don't hear it.
I don't hear it, yeah. Okay. Well.
We have to go deal with that. Is my snake dead?
No, you guys are fine. Why would your snake be?
He threw my snake.
Oh, you threw your snake.
He threw my snake off the roof.
How many hit points does your snake have?
Back.
I said bring. I said bring my snake, not fling. 13.
13 hit points?
Yeah.
Your snake is badly injured, but okay.
It's fine.
I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you and put a notch in my belt.
I think you earn all the notches if you take me out. That's how it works.
You guys reconvene back here at the bottom of the sepulchral veil.
Okay. Hustling.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Don't throw my snake. We have to go. Someone's resurrecting demons.
What?
Why are you saying it like it's my fault?
No, I'm just yelling in the direction of
What did I
Dr.
miss?
Talter.
Who's doing what?
Tulcher went to wake up the guardian demon.
Well,
Why?
two of you died a little bit.
It was fine.
I was fine too. We were fine.
Neither of you were fine.
You had a giant
thanks to you.
celestial monster on top of you. You both went on the roofs too. Neither of us can fly.
I'm running.
I don't want to go up there.
You're running. Okay. I'll say give me
full Britney Spears toxic
we'll leave
running
it.
with a snake.
You're chasing after a very tiny little halfling who's running up a long staircase. Give me a DC 20 athletics check to catch her before she gets there.
No.
Hoofing it up the stairs. You go as fast as you can.
Pull a hammy.
You ran off specifically.
Yeah.
Great. And we'll keep this all very fair. She adds a +9 to her religion check, but she doesn't know how this place works. So I'm going to say for her to have completed whatever she's going to do to try to invoke that help of this religious stopgap, she needs a 16 or higher on the die. So we'll roll in front of the board here. 7. You guys make it to the top of the stairs to see her in front of the guardian demons, continuing to begin trying to decipher the text, being like, we're in an emergency, there's something bad.
No, it's good, we got it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Got it.
I would like to say that I specifically did not run upstairs, and I'm just standing in this room just kind of looking at what this place is and was, and having been not touching anything, not doing, just examining the room while they go upstairs and just kind of just be here.
You know what? Honestly, I think Julien would have stayed back as well to keep an eye on you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Gotcha. So just Vaelus and Thaisha head up. I'll also let you guys know above table that we are very close to our time here for today. You both, Thaisha and Vaelus, arrive back up. Dr. Talter stops, looks out. Okay. Nothing. It's all fine. Is the thing dead down there?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Occtis, down below. You gather your cousin's head.
Is there any part of the body that has any sort of prosthesis or the modifications they were doing to them?
Yeah.
I would like to try and remove those to study them, to know what's...
You open up the scar on her abdomen, reach in, and you find what looks like a carved, shattered piece of like white alabaster within, that you realize is a piece of like angelic remains.
Okay. Having my gloves still on, I'm going to take that as well to study. Just kind of look and be like, okay, figure this out. Try and stop this. All right. And I turn and I realize at that moment that Julien is still in the room with me.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to understand this. Had a different piece inside of her. No heart. Same as me.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think there's anything. I think we can go and just leave this. Not they were using it wrong, I think. They either didn't know or didn't think it was important to do it correctly.
How much of this body is still intact here?
It looks to be withering pretty rapidly within this space, but not much. It was already pretty desiccated by the time you guys were fighting her, and it had transformed quite a bit. It looks like separating it from the wings and torso let her kind of decapitated head revert somewhat from this sort of like halfway transformation. The fact that you guys were able to kill this thing means this was not the god-killing angel promised in prophecy, right?
I think if we want to destroy this place later, fine. I don't think we have the equipment or the ability to do this now.
We do not.
So I think we just go, seal this door again, and leave.
Where do we go? If we know, at least can be fairly confident that the remains of the Barrowguard are alive and on their own journey.
I don't think we have any indication as to where they went.
To be honest, I think what we've learned here, at least the pieces that we've uncovered, are more useful. If we can gather whatever allies we have to share what we've learned.
I agree. Also, did you share the information about that druid you heard about?
No.
No, okay. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
If we could pass back through Castle Torch to let them know of what came of our unit.
And maybe they went back there.
Maybe. But beyond that, he kind of gives you a very keen look, like he's studying as the words leave his lips. Who do you trust this information with?
Of everything that happened here?
Yes.
I don't know most of the people that are in our tentative group, but out of the ones I do trust with this information, I would trust Murray and Thimble. Murray doesn't, I don't think, has ulterior motives.
As you say, sneer as he says Thimble and goes, Murray I could talk to.
I can talk to Thimble.
You think about those scattered jewels back in the obelisk chamber.
Yes. I should take those with me.
Emerging up the staircase, you guys get back to the Apotheon Vindicta.
I do want to go back downstairs. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, go for it.
Hold on. And now that we're out of combat, I wouldn't have had time to explain while we were fighting. I'm going to explain that I saw all the druidic stuff I saw around the blood pool.
Okay.
When I was looking at it, did it look like it was noted by that druid or thwarted by that druid in some way?
On that nat 20 from earlier, something was stolen from this. This ancient thing of blood, it started to scab over. It smells like just old iron at this point, but it's not supposed to scab over. This is supposed to be like an ever-bubbling cauldron or wellspring of blood. The druids that came here, or the druid that came here, stole something from the heart of this, and you think maybe either destroyed it or profaned it, but the thing that is hateful about this has been taken.
Then all I wanted to do was run back down, scan for any like message left in Druidic, in case there was something there that I have a second to look. And then I guess yelling up the stairs, are we just leaving the veil as is, or can we kill the veil?
What do you mean, what?
There's like a big thing on the back of it. We could shoot it with a ballista. Probably not me shoot it.
Looking at that altar, is there anything that looks like anything that could be damaged, or is this all just a single stone, like?
I think you guys can, on your way out from here, destroy as much stuff as possible. You guys can't punch the buildings down, but runes can be defaced, important, expensive material objects can be taken. You can Grinch every little gemstone that's supposed to.
That's all I want.
Yeah, you guys.
The shit out of this.
Yes, you guys. Fucking not a can of hoo hash remains.
This is lighting to Grinch fun.
We're shooting this in December. But the Sepulchral Veil. Destroying this place permanently would take a crew of 100 over a couple months or a year.
But just disabling the ritual.
But yes, what you can do is if they need to come back and try to do this again, you can deeply prevent that. But what you've learned here as well is who's a Taconus without sorceress ability who's alive? There's a certain degree of, I think Occtis and Thaisha looking at this, yes, you guys profane it, you steal it, veil broken. Whatever that thing of blood was that the Taconus already didn't care about, some druid beat them to the punch and also profaned and stole something from that. You don't know what they stole, but something left that place. And on top of that, you also know they did too much shit to this ritual. They got greedy. This was a monkey's hand in the jar of cookies trying to go, could we make the super angel loyal to us? Yeah. And you're like, kind of no, right? In other words, you can, but it needed to be Occtis unless they can find
someone else.
Unless they can find another Taconus without sorceress ability. And you are able to leave this place, go back to the Apotheon Vindicta. If you want to deface some of the incredibly significant runes there, you can do that as well.
Julien and I are talking. We don't know where the Battle Guard went from here.
Yeah, okay.
But they're alive. At least to the best of our knowledge. And maybe they went back to Castle Torch. And we missed them on the way.
Sure. Unlikely, but okay.
I mean, or they have some piece of information that we don't have and they've gone somewhere to deal with that.
Yeah. So what do you want to do? Do you want to go back to Dolmakyar? Do you want to go
I don't want to go back to Dolmakyar. It's bad for me there, but I think it is important that we do. When I was asking about the druid stuff, did you mention the druid that went back to Dolmakyar?
Yeah, I would have fully given. I would have given.
Yeah, I just wanted to. That's what. I was like,
sorry. Yes, that. Yes.
Also, that druid that went back to Dolmakyar might have information that we could use if they can go to the realm of the dead. That's an incredible piece of information they might have.
Question. Wait, Mara was the one?
No, different.
That's a different.
Well, we don't know.
We don't know. I wonder if that's the
So maybe they have something we could use.
Yeah.
But also, just giving this information to some other people that could work on it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Back home.
But we don't go through Castle Clippenblick.
No.
We steer clear.
Yes.
For sure.
Dr. Thaisha, feeling the pain of not finding your son here, but knowing from Pescard that your son left under his own power to do something maybe foolhardy or heroic. Apples don't tend to fall far from the tree, but it doesn't feel good. But I think you got the information that he is not in direct peril, but he might be going into peril. Yeah. But also, who are you to tell him not to do that? There may be a chance when you get back out of here to search and see if there's some piece of information. Dr. Talter, seeing you guys defacing what you can on the way out, looks over and says, the demon statues we wish to smash, not smash?
I mean, I don't think, I don't know. If they're not part of what my family was doing.
Got it, okay. All right, so we
leave it?
Leave?
I guess, it's just, I don't know, I have no answers.
She goes, okay, understood. I did start talking to one of them. Maybe okay.
Which one?
Did it move?
What's that?
Did it respond in any way?
She looks at the old man one. She started talking to that one. He seemed kindly.
What?
Didn't move.
Sorry, did he seem kindly just because he looked that way, or did he do?
No, just the statue's carved that way.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
sure. Okay.
But okay, yeah, understood. And she says, "All right, we'll go. We'll go." You guys leave this place. Do you, on your way leaving, stop by the barracks at all, or do you just move out of here?
I think taking a quick look inside is not a bad idea.
We only have one more
Give me a quick. Anyone who wants to investigation or insight.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I'm just walking.
24.
Talter will give the same. Plus
Oh, the 24. So then 29.
29. I think you grab letters, books, everything here. You see that there was a cage here, and you see some weird stony residue. A basilisk was being kept here, but they took it when they left, right?
To grab any papers, we can go over them later. Just put them in a bag.
Stuff them in a bag. You guys get back to the chamber. You go back to the obelisk, scoop up all those gems and everything like that.
3 gems.
And you guys have made the determination to return to Dolmakyar.
Yeah.
Last thing I'll ask for here is an insight check from Julien with advantage.
It's 17.
Let's go.
You've been hunting the Taconis. On a 17, Primus Taconis said tonight the houses of Royce and Davinos fall. You look in there. The ghouls didn't even really pursue Aranessa. He was so certain. Why did he say the house of Royce and Davinos would fall? And I think you look over at Occtis and the shrieking angel thing down there. I think the blood of your family was supposed to pave the way for a weapon that would make that true. And I think your companions daring in the Palazzo Davinos, the choices that were made both in the palace and in the Tenebral Reaches just beyond it, thwarted something happening hundreds of leagues away in this place, Tanasar. You dig deep and realize he was trying to destroy your family that night, but he wasn't trying to do it in Dolmakyar. He was doing it here. And what you did in your family home stopped them. The sand and wind call for you as you leave this place.
Sorry. It's not important. Don't need to have a scene about it. I want to have gone and taken something, identified marking from Dame Saramai.
Yes.
Like anything to just have with me to, like, if was necessary to prove that they died, or just to take a piece of them with me. were also a relatively good person in regards to Occtis, like, and protected him.
I think that you can actually carry her remains back to the
Well, yeah,
horse,
exactly.
and
I'll take that
that's
back with me.
completely doable. Dame Sarah, I carry with you. Dr. Talter looking shocked. The wind's calling. All of you, behold Tanasar. Mount your horses and make for the City of Shields, Dolmakyar, where these strange events began. And that's all for this episode.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
That was crazy.
Shoot.
Hey, baby.
Hey.
I'll tell you what. There's so much shit to go over in that stuff you took from the barracks. I think we got our cold opens for the schemers table, folks. Thank you for watching, and as always, is it Thursday yet?
That was so fun. That was fun.
I was shitting bricks when you guys didn't take that fucking rest. I was like, this is about to be so fucking nasty.
Yeah, we only got out of that because you were rolling not.
Yes.